Hello everyone, and welcome to the part 2 of building our full stack social media app from scratch. If you are just joining us, in part 1 of this project, we built an incredible foundation. We set up our Nextjs 15 project with TypeScript, connected MongoDB with Prisma, implemented a secure authentication with NextAuth version 5, and built our core application, UI, and many other things. Now in this part, we're going to continue with the progress we made in the part 1 of this project. And at the end of this part, we're going to deploy this project live on Vercel. If you haven't seen the part 1 of this project yet, I'm going to leave a link in the description below. With that being said, let's actually dive into the project. In this chapter, we're going to start working on the comment functionality. First of all, we're going to create the API route we need to actually handle creating new comments. So I'll go to src app API. Now inside this API folder, I'm going to create another folder. I'll call this folder comments. Inside this comment folder, I'm going to create a new file, create a path.ts file, export async function post. It's going to take a request. It's going to be of type request. Okay. And then we're going to make use of a try catch block. Now if there's an error, we're going to catch that error, and then we're going to console.error, and then return the next response with an error failed to create comment in the status of 500. I'm just going to import this next response from next server. Then inside the try, you can get the session of the logged in user called session. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to with auth. I import that auth from auth.ts, and then down here I'm going to check if no session.user.id, session user ID, then we're going to return a next response and an error unauthorized in the status of 401. Then down here, I'm going to say const, the structure what we're going to get from this is going to be equal to, I'm going to with request.json. Okay, and from this, we're going to destructure two values going to be passed through the request, okay, which is going to be the contents of the comment and also the post ID of the comment. Okay, that's the ID of the post the comment is going to be attached to. After that, we can actually validate the input. I'll just check if no contents dot trim. Then I'm going to return a next response. Comment content is required. Then down here, you can check if the post ID was not passed. If no post ID was passed, then if no post ID, you're going to return a response. Post ID is required with a status of 400. Okay, and then down here, we can create the comments. So I'm going to say await Prisma dot. We're going to get Prisma from our like folder Prisma dot. Which model do we want to make use? We make use of the comment model dot the create method. The data and the false data is going to be the content, which is going to be content as passed through the request dot theme. Okay, and then we're going to have a post ID. Finally, we're going to have author ID, which is going to be the session user, because the logged in user is the one creating the comment. So session dot user dot ID, like that. I just get rid of the semicolon. It's supposed to be a comma. And then after creating the comment, I need to return a next response dot JSON. Set success to true. Set status 201. Set message to comment created successfully. Now before we actually run this create comment, we have to actually check if the post actually exists in a database, okay? Because we obviously need the ID of the user that created the post to actually push notification to that user. So up here, I'm going to say check if post exists before leaving or creating comments. Okay, so down here I'm going to say I just create a variable const post. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to Prisma dot find dot the post model dot find a unique post where the ID of the post matches the post ID passed through the request. Okay, so now I'm going to check if no post was found. If no post was found with that post ID, then I'm going to return this response: post not found, the status of 404. Then down here, we're going to send the post author ID as part of our response. I'll say post author ID is going to be equal to the post we found dot the author ID, like that. So anytime we create a comment as part of the response, we're going to send the author ID so that we can actually push a notification to this author that someone actually commented on their post. So now we have these routes, let's create a service function to actually make a request to these routes. So I'll go to the services folder. I'll create a new file. I'll call this file comment.ts. In here, I'm going to say export async function create post. Make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch, we're simply just going to check if this is an as-use error. We're going to import as-use from as-use. And if it's not an as-use error, I'm going to say yes. We're still going to throw, just throw the error. Okay. And inside the try, we can simply say const response is going to be equal to, I'm going to await as-use dot make a post request to the route we just created /API /comment. Okay, and whenever we actually call this function, we want to pass an argument called comment data, which we are going to pass right here to the request comment data, like that. And now we have to actually create a type for our comment data. So I'll go to the types folder, go to the types, I'll create another file. I'll call this one comments.ts. Now inside this comment.ts, we're going to have three interfaces or three types. We're going to have one for the create comment data. We have one for the comment. Again, we have one for the comment response. Okay, great. We need these three types right now for our comment. So I'll save that. Now inside the comment.ts file, we can just actually say this is going to be of type. What did we call the type for the create comment? Create comment data. Create comment data, like that. And then down here, we're simply just going to return response.data. Great. I just format this. So now I'm going to write the mutation to actually make this request. So I'll go to custom hooks. I'll create another folder. This is going to be use comment.ts. In here, I'm going to say export function use create comments. Is going to return a use mutation. The mutation function. Now the mutation function is going to be the service function we just created right here. It's going to be not create post, create comments. Okay, so we're just going to import that create comment right here. Okay, after that I want to say on success. When the mutation is actually successful, first I want to get the data and then I'll get the variables. That is going to be an unused variable, so it's underscore. In here we're going to actually invalidate some queries after creating a new comment. But for now, I'm just going to leave it like this. Okay, so now I can actually make use of this mutation. So I'm going to go to the comment input. I'll go to src components. I'll go to comments, then I'll go to comment input.ts. Now inside this component, this is where we're actually going to send comments to our database. So the first thing we're going to do is that we're going to actually get the logged in user. When I click on a post and I'm in the post view page, you can see right now that this comment input right here, the profile picture is still not showing the profile picture of the logged in user. Okay, so we're going to do what we did in the create post input. So I'm simply just going to make use of the use get user hook in here. So up here I'm going to say const the structure and the results we're going to get is going to be equals to use get user, like that. And then we're going to destructure out the data, which I'm going to call user, and then we're going to destructure out its loading state. So in here, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say it's loading. If it's loading, then I want to render a JXX, else I want to render another JXS. Okay. Now if it's not loading, then I want to render this image. So I just cut this and I'll paste this in here. But if it's loading, then I want to render, for now, I just render a paragraph tag that's going to say loading. I'll give this some Tailwind class, give it a Tailwind class of test gray of 300, like that. I'll save that. Then in here, I'll get rid of these. Then I want to say the source is going to be the user dot the image of that user, or the fallback value, or the placeholder image is going to be /images /avatar, sorry, avatar.png, like that. And we actually get, say, attempted to make use of use query. Oh, we have not converted this to a client component, my bad. So I'm just going to say up here it's going to be use client, like that. I actually get the profile picture right here. Okay, great. So now let's actually start working on the comment. First of all, I'm going to handle the input. So up here I'll create a state. I'll say const content set content. It's going to be equals to make use of use states, and by default this is going to be an empty string. And then you can actually say the value of this text area is going to be equals to our content state. And then on change of this text area, I want to find an arrow function that's going to take an event, and then we want to set the content. So event.target.value, like that. Okay. So now we actually link the text area to the content state we created. So now we're going to create a function to actually handle the submit. So down here I'm going to say const handle submit. It's going to be equals to an arrow function. Now to actually send the request from the client, we need the post ID, the content, and also we need the logged in user ID. Okay, so up here I'm going to actually get the logged in user ID. I say const session. It's going to be equals to use, and then down here I'm going to say const user ID is going to be equals to session.data.user.id, like that. And the reason we need the user ID is that when we check the comments, or go to comment of here, when we check this create comment data, you're going to notice that the create comment data expects the content, the post ID, and also the user ID. Okay, so we have to pass the user ID through the request. Then in here, I'm going to say if no user ID, then we're going to simply just break the code right here. And also we're going to check if no content .string, then we're also going to just return. Then down here we're going to create the comment object. I'll say const comment data is going to be of type comment data. I think what was the name of that type? Create comment data is going to be of type create comment data is going to be equals to an object. In here we're going to have passed in the user ID, the post ID, which we're going to have to get from the parent component. Remember that this comment input is a child component inside the post page. Okay, so I'll go to src app protected post. Inside this post page right now, we're gonna see this. We are actually calling this comment input. Okay, so we have to pass the post ID as a prop to this component. So right here I'm going to say this is going to take a prop called post ID, which is going to be equals to the post dot the ID of the post page. And then inside this comment input component, you can actually destructure as that prop. I'll say this is going to be post, is going to be of type, sorry, the post ID, which is going to be of type string, and then we can actually destructure the prop ID out. Great. And then down here, I can simply say the post ID is equals to the post ID. Okay. Then down here, you can say the content is going to be equals to content.stream. Okay. So after you create these comments object, you can actually make use of our mutation to send the data. So up here, I'm going to say const, I'm going to get the structure what we are getting is going to be equals to use create comment. Okay. And remember that this use create comment is going to return a use mutation, so we can destructure how to mutate, and then we're going to rename this create comment mutation, and then I'm going to get the is pending. Great. And now we can actually make use of this mutation. Down here, after we create the comment object, I'm going to say create comment mutation, passing the comment data, and then we're going to say on sources set content to an empty string. So after we are successfully creating a comment, we want to set our comment input, that's the text there, to an empty string, and then we're going to actually hook up this and do submit function to the button right here, to the post button. So I'm just going to scroll down to this comment button right here. I'm going to say on click. I want to run this function right here and do submit, and then I'm going to add a prop we call disabled, which is going to be equals to is pending. So whenever the request is pending, the button is going to be disabled. I'll just format this. I'll save that. Now let's actually test if this is working. So I go to the web page. I just say first commit. I click on post commit, and it's actually sent, but I want to actually add a kind of a feedback to the user that the comment is being processed, or maybe something like commenting right here. So it's simple. Yeah, I'm just simply say post commit. Okay, then I'll just get rid of this for now. Inside this span, I'm going to say is pending. If it's pending, then I want to say posting. Yes, we want to actually render that post comments. I'll save that. Now we'll go back to the web page. I'll just say second comment. Click on post comments, posting, then it gets posted. And to actually check if this was sent to our database, we're going to actually run npx Prisma Studio to check our Prisma Studio. So now you say npx Prisma Studio like that. That's going to open up our Prisma Studio. Click on close all. I want to check the comment mode. And you can see right now in the comment mode, we already have two comments right here. I'll click on that. And you can see we have the comment right here. First comment, second comment created that. The ID of the comment, the author ID that created it, and also the post ID. Great. So I'll go back to the terminal. I'm just going to cancel this. All right. So now we're going to actually start working on actually fetching comments in this application. So I'm going to close this up. I'll go to SRC app API, go to comments, and inside this var.ts, I'm going to wrap this post request, and down here I'm going to say export async function get. In here I'm going to make use of a try catch block, and inside the catch we're going to have this right here, console.error get comment error. The error is going to be internal server error with the status of 500, and then inside the try, first of all I'm going to pass in the request. It's going to be of type request. Then inside the try, I'm going to say const of the structure what we're going to get. This will be equals to new URL. Then we'll pass in the request.url like that. Okay. And then from here, we can destructure the search params. Then here, I'm going to say const page is going to be equals to, I'm going to say pass int, convert the string to an integer. So I'll say pass int. Then in here I can say search params dot get page, the page search params, or if there's no search params, this is going to be 1. Okay, because it's going to default to 1. Then down here I'm going to say const post ID is going to be equals to search params dot get. We're going to pass the post ID through the request. Then I'm going to check if no post ID was passed through the request. Then we're going to return a next response with an error. Post ID is required and the status of 400. Then down here, I'm going to say const limit is going to be equals to 2. Const skip is going to be equals to page minus 1 times limit. And then down here, just like we did with the post, I'm going to say const create an array. This one is going to be comments. And this one is going to be total count. Okay, and that's going to be equals to, I'm going to await promise dot all. And the first promise we're going to wait for is going to be the one to fetch the comment. So here I'm going to say Prisma dot the comment model dot, I want to find many where post ID matches post ID. Can make use of the shorthand method here where post ID matches a post ID. And then I want to include the author. And for me, author, I want to select ID. I'll set that to true. Name, I'll set that to true. Username, I'll set that to true. And image, I want to set that to true. And then down here, I'm going to say order by created at descending order. Then down here, I want to pass in a skip, which is going to actually calculate. Remember that this variable up is going to calculate how many posts we want to skip for each page. Okay, so passing that skip variable there, and then I'm going to say take how many do you want to take? We take the limit. Okay, and the limit is going to be how many we want per page, which up here is going to be 2. Okay, 2 comments per page. And then after this query to actually fetch the comments, we are going to make another query to fetch the total comment count. So I'm going to say Prisma dot the comment model dot, we want to count the comments where post ID matches the post ID. Okay, I'll rearrange this. And then after this promise, I'm going to create some variable. I want to const total pages is going to be equals to math dot ceiling dot co total count divided by limit. And then I'm going to say const as next page is going to be equals to page less than total pages. And now I'm going to say const has previous pages is going to be equals to page greater than 1. Okay, now everything we are doing right here, all this pagination is basically what we did and what I explained when we were actually fetching the post. Okay, we are making infinite scroll functionality for the post. Okay, so we're also doing infinite scroll functionality for the comment, but this is going to actually be different. We're not going to actually use intersection observer. We're going to use a different method. Okay, and after this down here, I'm going to return a next response .json comments. Then also have to pass in the pagination current page is going to equals to the page variable. That's the page variable that was passed through the request. Then we have to pass in the total pages, then total count as previous page. It's not spelled correctly. Okay, as previous page, not as previous pages. Then also as next page. And finally, just pass the limits. Format this. So now we actually have the API head to actually fetch comment. Okay, so remember that whenever we create a comment, we're actually inserting the post ID to the database too. Okay, so that's the post ID we are going to use to identify each comment for each post. Okay, so we're going to fetch the comments based on their post ID. Great. So now let's create a service function for this. So I'll go to services folder, then I head to comment.ts. Then down here, I'm going to say export async function get comments. Now this function is going to accept an object. The first one is going to be page param. It's going to be optional. It's going to be of type string. The second one is going to be the post ID. That's going to be of type string. Then you can actually destructure it from the function page param, and then we're going to get the post ID like that. Format this. And then we're going to say this function is going to return a promise, which is going to be of type. It's going to be of type comment response. Okay. Now this comment response is coming from the comment.ts type file we created. This types right here, comment.ts file right here. Okay. You can see right here, comment response. And then inside this function, we're going to make use of a try catch block. Now if it's choose an error, we're going to check it's an as-used error. Then we're going to throw the as-used error as true error. And then inside the try block, I make a request to that API we just created, that what we just created, comes response. It's going to be equal to with as-used dot make a get request, make use of backticks /API /comments. And then you have to pass two page params. Remember that in our route right here, we are destructuring out two parameters, the page and also the post ID. So you have to pass them to the URL. Okay. So I'm going to say question mark, the page is going to be equals to the page param passed to this function, and the post ID is going to be equals to the post ID passed to this function right here. Okay, format this, and then after that we're going to return the response dot the data from the response. Great. So now we also have to create a hook to actually fire this function. So I'll go to the use comment.ts file right here. Then I'm going to say export function use infinite comments. Now anytime we call this use infinite comment, we have to pass in a post ID, which is going to be of type string. And then in here, this function is just going to return use infinite query from React query. We pass in the query key, call it comments, and then we're going to cache each comment with their post ID. Then after that, we're going to pass in the query function, which is going to be an arrow function that's going to fire our service function get comments. And then from this query function, we're going to actually destructure the page param that's going to be passed to, as React query is going to actually pass to the request. It's going to default to 1 if we don't have a page param. And then inside this get comments, we have to pass in. Remember that this service function requires an object. When we go to the service function, it's an object that actually has two values in there, the page param and the post ID. So we have to pass in the page param and then also the post ID like that. After that, down here, initial page param, I'm going to set it to 1. And then the get next page param, I'll just copy the one I did in this use post. I'll just copy everything we have here, stop at this get next page param. I'm just going to paste that right here. Okay, format this, and we have an error right here. It's not papa param, it's going to be page param. And we're getting another error when I hover on this page param. Said type number is not assignable to type string. Okay, I think inside our comment.ts, instead of saying this is going to be a string, this is going to be number. Okay, because the page param is going to be a number. So now we have this hook to actually fetch our comments. Let's actually make use of this hook inside the comments component. So I'll go over to the comments component. Where's that component? I'll close this up. I'll go to src components, go to comments, and go to comments.ts right here. And here's where we can actually output the comment. First of all, we'll make this a client component. So up here, I'm going to say use client. Then you can actually get the data. So I'm going to say const. And the structure of what we are going to get is going to be equals to use infinite comments. Okay. And remember that these use infinite comments, we have to pass a post ID when we call the use infinite comments. So we have to get the post ID. So right here, I'm going to say this is going to take a post ID that's going to be of type. The post ID is going to be of type string. Okay. So when we call this component right here, we have to pass the post ID. So I'll just copy this right here. Then I'm just going to paste that right here. Great. Then inside this comment.ts, you can pass the post ID form that we are getting from the props. Then right here, we can just add the data. There is loading. There is error. The error. It has next page. It has previous page. And then the function fetch next page like that. And then we can actually log this to the console to see what we get. So I'll say console.log data. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. I'll just refresh. I'll just go to the console. And we actually have the object right here. I'm going to open this up and we get the pages. And see we are getting the data right here. Okay, so I'll close this back up. Now I can actually map through the comments, actually output the comments. First of all, I'm going to extract the comment. So up here, I'm going to say const comment. So I spell that comment variable correctly. Comment equals to data dot pages dot flat map page. I want the page dot comments. Now if there's no comments, then we just return an empty array. Okay, and then down here we're going to say if is loading, I'm going to return paragraph tag that's going to say loading, which I'm going to give some table utility class of test gray 300. And then down here I'm going to say if error, I'll return something similar. And then I'm going to output the error in here. Error dot message. Then down here I'm going to say if comment dot length is equivalent to 0, which means we don't have any comments. Then we're going to return a JXS right here. Create a div tag. Give this div a Tailwind class of flex of color, items of center, justify of center, margin bottom of 10, margin vertical of 5, and margin horizontal of 4. And then I'm going to create a div. I give this a Tailwind class of test gray 400, margin bottom of 4. Then here I'm going to call an icon var reg comment dots. I give it a size of 50. And underneath I'm going to create a h3 tag. I'm simply going to say no comments yet. I give it a Tailwind class of text of XL, font of semi-bold, text gray of 300, and margin bottom of 2. Okay. After this h3 tag, create a paragraph tag. I'm going to have this text in here. This post doesn't have any comments yet. It starts conversation by adding first comment. And then add some Tailwind classes to this. I'll do a test gray of 500, test of center, the maximum width of MD. I'll save that to actually see this because this is going to be visible when the comment is 0. So I'm just going to say let this be true. Okay, then I go over there. I can see right now we see no comment yet. Okay, so I just change this back, and then down here you can actually map through what we are getting. So I'll create an empty fragment in here. I'm going to say comments dot map. And inside of map through, I'm going to call it a comment, and then we are going to return this JSX right here. Okay, I'll just cut this off, and then I'm just going to paste that in here. Okay, and then you can simply say the key is going to be comment.id of that comment. I won't go back to the web page. We actually have two comments right here. Okay, so let's just update the details. So for the profile picture, we're going to say the src is going to be comment.author. The image of the author, or we're going to make use of the fallback file, which is going to be /images/avatar.png. And then for the name, we're going to say this is going to be comments.author. The name of the author, while this one is going to be comments.author. The username of the author. And then we actually have to paste the created at. So right here, I'm going to say moments. Then in here, I'm going to say comments.created at .form now. Okay, and then right here you can actually expose the comments content. So I'll say comments.content. Great, I'll save that. Now we'll go back to the web page. Actually see that first comment and second comment, and then you see 5 hours ago also the name of the user, and actually name of the user, also the profile picture and the username of the user that left the comment. So now when we leave a comment, we want to actually invalidate it so that we actually see the new comment in the UI. Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to our use comment.ts. Then right here we're actually going to invalidate the comment query. So basically I'm going to create a new query instance up here. I'll say const query client is going to be equal to use query client. Okay, and then in here I'm going to say query client because I want to invalidate the queries, which is going to be this query key right here. So I'll copy this and I'll paste that. Say query key, I'll paste that right here. And then this is going to be variables.the post ID. Because remember that when we call the mutation inside this comment input, we're actually passing the post ID, the user ID, and the content. So we have access to the post ID inside these variables right here. Okay, so I'll save that. So now when we leave a new comment, I'll say this is a new comment. I click on post comment, posting. We actually see the new comment right here. This is a new comment 2 seconds ago. Great. So you can see now we don't longer see the first comment we created. That's because that one is not in the second page. Now we actually have to work on the functionality to actually load a new page of comments. So what I want to do, something different. We're not going to make use of infinite scroll. Instead, I'm going to go to the comments.ts, and instead I'm going to have a button that we can click on to actually load more comments. So down here I'm going to say has next page. Only then we want to render this JSX right here. Create a div. Give it this a Tailwind class of flex, justify of center, and imagine bottom of thin. And then in here, I'm going to create a button that is simply going to say load more comments or load more, whatever you want to do. Then on click, I want to fire an arrow function. It's going to fire the fetch next page function. Okay, and then we're going to say disabled is going to be equals to is fetching next page, which I don't think we've gotten from React query. So we have to disable the button for when the next page is being fetched. It's fetching next page. Then down here, I'm going to say the disabled button is going to be fetching next page. Okay, format this. Now let's add some styles to this button. I'll give this button a Tailwind class, pg primary, text of white, py of 2, px of 4, rounded of full, and the cursor of pointer. And finally, we can render this dynamically based on whether the next page is being fetched. I'll say it's fetching next page. Then I want to render loading. Yes, I want to render load more. I'll save that. Let's actually test this out. Now you can actually see that button right here. When I click on next, it's going to be loading more. It's going to load the next page of comments. Great. So now we're actually done fetching the comments. So now we're going to start fetching the comments counts, because we want the comments counts to be rendered right here. So a user can see the total number of comments a post has right here. Okay, so let's work on that. So first of all, I'm going to create the API route for that. So I'm going to go to the API folder, src app API, then comments. In here, I'm going to create a folder. I'll call this folder counts. And inside this counts folder, create another folder. It's going to be post ID. Okay, which is going to be actually a dynamic route. Then I'll create route.ts. In here, I'm going to export async function get. And this is going to take a request that's going to be unused, and unused variable that's going to be of type request. And since it's a dynamic route, we can get the params. Okay, now we have to specify the type. I'll say the params is an object. I'll wrap the value in the promise. Post ID, which is going to be of type string, like that. Then you're going to make use of a try catch block. Now inside the catch, we get an error. We're going to log the error fetching comment count error, passing the error. Then return the next response phase to fetch comment count with status of 500. Just import this from next server. And then in here, you can simply say const, which is structure what we're going to get. So because I'm going to await params. And then from the params, we're going to do structure as the post ID. And then down here, we're going to check if no post ID was actually passed through the request. So if no post ID, then we'll just return this next response right here. Post ID is required, the status of 400. Okay. Then down here, I'll create a variable const comment count is going to be equal to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the comment model dot count. We want to count the total number of comments where the ID of the comment matches the post ID that we're going to pass through the request. And then down here, we're just going to return a next response dot JSON. We'll return a count, and I'll just set it to the comment count variable. Okay, great. So now we have the API route we need to fetch the total number of comments for each post. Okay, so now we just have to create a service function to actually make a request to this route. So I'll go to services, I go to comment.ts and just wrap both of these up. Then down here, I'm going to say export async function get comment count. Okay, and this function is going to take one argument. I'm going to call it the post ID. It's going to be of type string. And then in here, we're going to make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch, just paste this right here, which is going to say if as is error, then we're going to log the error, then throw the error as just throw error. Okay, and then inside the try block, I make a get request. I'll say const response is going to be equal to, I'm going to await Azios to make a get request to the route we just created. So I make use of backticks because this is going to be dynamic /API /comments /counts and / the dynamic post ID that we're going to pass to the function. And then down here, we're just going to return the response.data, just like that. So now we have the service function. You have to create a custom hook, okay, to actually use the service function. So I'll go to custom hooks, I'll go to use comments. Then down here, I'm going to create another function. I'm going to say export function use comment count. And this function is going to take one argument, post ID, which is going to be of type string. And then in here, we're going to return a use query. The query function is going to be an arrow function. It's going to fire the service function we just created, get comments counts, and then we're going to pass in the post ID as an argument. Okay, and then we're going to say the query key is going to be comments count. Okay, and then we have to catch this with the unique post ID. So I pass the post ID, okay, because we want to catch each comment count uniquely to the post they are attached to. Okay, so each post is going to have their own comment count cache. Okay, that way when we want to invalidate a certain comment count, we just invalidate the one that is actually related to a certain post. And then I only want this query to be enabled when the post ID is available. So I'll say enabled is going to be equals to : post ID. Basically, if we don't have a post ID, this enable is going to be false. If the post ID is null or undefined, the enabled will be false. But if we have a post ID, even if it's a string, it's going to convert it to boolean, which is going to be true. Okay, by these two exclamation marks we add to the back. And then I'm also going to take this enabled. I want this enabled on this other query, so we are getting a total, we are getting our comment list. Okay, so I want this enabled to be here. So I also want this query to be fetched when there's the post ID, when the post ID is passed to it. Now, all we have to do is actually invalidate our query. Remember that when we create a new comment, we are invalidating this right here. Okay, so we also have to invalidate the comments count when we create a new comment. So I'll just drag this down and I'll get rid of this right here. I'll copy this right here and I'll just paste that right here. And instead of post ID, is going to be variables dot the post ID. Okay, so now when we create a new comment, the comment count of the post is going to actually increase too. I'm going to update that cache. Great. Now I don't want this query to be fetched all the time, so I want to add a stay time to this. So I'll say stay time. It's going to be, I'll make use of 5 minutes, then 60 seconds, then 1000 milliseconds. Okay, which is basically 5 minutes. And then we can actually make use of this custom hook inside our post actions component. So I'll go to that component, go to SRC components, post, then go to this post actions component right here. Now what we can do here is very simple. Up here, we can simply just use that query we created. So up here, I'm going to say const. I want the structure what we're going to get it to be equals to, I want to make it of use comment count. Okay, and remember that this function expects one argument, the post ID, so just passing the post ID as an argument. Okay, now we can destructure how there is loading and also the data. Okay, so down here I want to say const comment count going to be equals to data dot count. Okay, and then down here I'm going to say console dot log data, like that. I just actually go back to the web page, refresh the web page. I'll just refresh this. I will actually get that count right here. Okay, you can see we have the count ahead. Remember that when we actually fetch the count, we named the response count, so you can see count 0. The counts cannot be 0. We obviously have 3 comments attached to this post, so we are supposed to have 3 comments. I'm just going to try to check what's wrong. Use comment.ts. Everything is fine here. Go to comment.ts. Everything is fine here. Just rearrange this a bit. Everything is actually fine. We are passing in the post ID we are getting from the component. We are passing it to the custom hook, and then we are passing it to the service function. I'll check the routes. Return. We are not checking for the ID of the comments. We are supposed to check for the post ID. Okay, so we are supposed to do something like this, where the post ID matches the post ID we pass through the request. Now since these are basically the same, you can get rid of one of these. Okay, so it's basically going to say where post ID matches post ID. Okay, I'll save that. I'll just try that again. I'll refresh this again. Alright, so the console, I actually get that count right here. You can see total count, total comment count right here. We actually see 3. Great. So now I can make use of the comment count. I'll just get rid of this log statement. Then down here, I'm going to say instead of outputting this 4 right here, I'm going to output the comment count. I'll save that. Now when we head back to the web page, we actually see 3 comments right here. And when we add another comment, I'll say this post is awesome. click on post comment. And you can see we have 4 comments, right? And the total count of comments actually increased to 4. Great. I'm going to go to another post. I'll click on this post. And you can see that the total comment for this particular post is actually 0. I'm going to add 1 comment. I'll say first comment in this post. Say first comment, click on post. I actually get 1 comment and the total number of comments increased to 1. Great. So now what we want to work on is that I want to be able to delete comments from this application so that users can actually delete their comments. So first we're going to create the API route for that. So I'll go to SRC app, go to API, and then I'll go to comments. Now I'm going to create another folder. I'll call this folder delete. And we're going to delete the comments based on their comments ID. So I'll say comment ID, that unique comment ID. Inside this comment ID folder, I'll create a route.ts. So here I want to export async function delete. Here you're going to have a request. It's going to be an unused variable. It's going to be of type request. And since this is a dynamic, we're going to have access to the params. And then this is going to be params. I'll wrap this in a promise. Then in here, I'm going to be getting the comments ID, which is going to be of type string. Okay. As the ID of the comment we want to delete in this route. So in here, we're going to make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch block, we're just going to paste this right here, console.error deleting comments, and also fail to delete comment with a status of 500. Okay. And then we're just going to import next response or next server. Then inside the try, first of all, I'm going to say const session, then to be equals, I'm going to with auth, get that from the auth.th file. Then I'm going to check if no session ID, if no session.user.id. If no session user ID, then we're going to return a next response unauthorized, the status of 401. Then down here, I can say const, or the structure what we're going to get is going to be equals to, I'm going to with the params. Okay. And from the params, we're going to destructure the comment ID. So I just destructure that out. And now we're going to check if the comment ID was passed through the request. So I'll say if no comment ID was passed through the request, then I just return this response right here. Comment ID is required with the status of 400. And then now I'm going to find the comment. So now I'm going to say const comment. This will be equals to with Prisma dot comment model dot. I want to find a unique comment where the ID of the comment matches the comment ID we are passing through the request. And then we're going to select the author ID of the comment. Okay, I'm going to set that to true. And then down here, I'm going to check if no comment was found. If no comment was found with that ID, we pass through the request. I'm going to return a next response, comment not found, with status of 404. And then down here, I'm going to check. I'll check if the user that is logged in owns the comments. Okay, if it's the author of the comment. So down here, I'm going to say if comment.author ID is equivalent to session, or it's not equivalent to session.user.id, then I'm going to return this right here. You can only delete your own comments with status of 403. Then down here, you can actually delete the comments. I can say with Prisma dot the comment model dot delete, where ID matches the comment ID passed through the request. And then down here, we're going to return a next response dot JSON success. It's going to be equals to true. The comment was deleted. The message is going to be equals to comment deleted. successfully. And then we're going to pass in a status of 200. I'll just format this to be just a bit. Great. So now we have the API route to actually delete comments in this application. Let's actually make use of this route. So I'm going to go to the services folder, go to the service function, comment.ts, wrap this up. Then down here, I'm going to create a service function to actually make a request to the API route. Say response async function delete comment, and this function expects one argument which we're going to call comment ID is going to be of type string, and then in here we're going to make use of a try catch block. And inside the catch, we're going to check if it's an Azure's error. If it's an Azure's error, we're going to log it, and then we're going to throw the Azure's error as we're just going to throw the error. And then inside the try block, you can simply say const response is going to be equal to, I'm going to await Azure's.delete /API /comments /delete, then / the dynamic comment ID passed to the function. Just format this, and then down here we're just going to return response.data. Great. So now we have the service function to actually make a request to the delete route. So now we're just going to create the mutation to actually fire the service function. So I go to custom hooks, use comment, and down here I'm going to say export function use delete comments. And this function is simply going to return a use mutation, and the mutation function is going to be an arrow function. It's going to fire the service function we just created, which is delete comments. Okay, and actually expect one argument. Now this mutation function is going to pass an object. It's going to have two values in there: a comment ID that's going to be of type string, and also a post ID that's going to be of type string. Okay, now the reason we're going to pass the post ID to the mutation function when we call it is because remember that after we actually delete a comment, we have to invalidate that comment cache, and the comment cache was actually cached using the unique post ID. So we need the post ID of the comments we just deleted. Okay, and then in here I'm going to destructure the comment ID, and now pass the comment ID to this as an argument. Format this, and then down here you can simply say on sources now what do we want to do on sources? I want to invalidate some cache. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this right here, these two queries right here. I'm going to copy these two. I want to invalidate the comments and also the comment count, so I'll just paste that in here. Okay, so now I can actually get the data, and then we'll get the variables from the on sources. And also we have to create a new query client instance. So I'll just copy this one up here, copy this one right here, and I'm just going to paste that up here. Okay, format this. Great. So now that we have this hook, we have to actually make use of this hook. Okay, so we have to go to the comment component where we have the delete button. So I want to look for that component comment. I'll go to comments right here. This is the button we are going to actually use to actually fire the delete function. Okay, so up here I'm going to create a function. So up here I'm going to say const handle delete is going to be equals to an arrow function, and this function is going to take an argument which is going to be comment ID that's going to be of type string. First of all, we're going to say if not confirm, are you sure you want to delete commit? Then down we're just going to return. Okay, and after that we can make use of the delete mutation. So I'm going to get that up here. I'm going to say const, or the social word we're going to get is going to be equals to use what did we call that mutation? I'm going to use comment. We call it use delete comment. Use delete comment. Okay. And since this is going to return a mutation, I'm going to have access to mutate. I'm going to rename this delete comment mutation. Okay. And then now you can actually make use of that mutation. So now I'm going to say delete comment mutation. Then remember that this actually needs two arguments, the comment ID which are passing through the function right here, and also the post ID that we are passing as a prop to this component right here. Okay, and then after that we can simply say on sources I'm going to actually make use of a toast. So get the toast from where toastify. I'm going to toast comments deleted successfully. Then I add some styles to this. I give it a style. The background, I'll use this hex color right here, and then for the color, I'll use white. Okay, I'll save that. Now finally, we're going to copy this function, and then we have to hook up this function to the delete button, which is going to be this right here. So I'm going to say on click. I want to run an arrow function that is going to fire this right here, and then we're going to pass in the comments dot the ID of the comment. Okay. Now we also want to disable this button for when we're actually deleting a comment. So I'm going to get a spending from this mutation. So up here I'm going to actually destructure as spending, and then I'm going to say in this delete button, I'm going to say disabled is going to be equals to spending, like that. I'll save that, and now I'm going to go back to the web page. I'll just try to delete this comment. Click on delete. It's going to say, are you sure you want to delete this comment? I'll click on OK, and we have an error. I got deleting comments. I'm just going to go to the terminal, try to see. Let's check our terminal logs. I'll open this up and delete API/comments that delete 401 in. I'm getting a 401 response in our API route. So I'll go to the API routes, and which of these is going to return a 401? This right here. Oh, we are saying if no user session ID. Sorry for that, I made a mistake here. If no session user ID. Okay, great. Let's test this again. So I'll just refresh. And also there's additional thing I have to do. We don't want to actually render this button for any user. I want to render it only for the logged in user. So before we actually test it out, we're going to say up here, I'm going to get the session of the user from the client. So up here, I'm going to say const session is going to be equals to use session, and then now I'm going to say const user ID is going to be equals to session.data.user.the ID of that user. Okay, and then we can actually check. I'll just copy this right here. I'll go to that delete button. So I'm going to check right here. I'm going to say if the user ID, the logged in user ID is equivalent to the comment.author.the ID of the author, only then do we want to render this delete button. Okay, that way a user can only see the delete button of their own comments. Okay, you can't delete other users' comments. I'll save that. For obviously we actually left this comment with this user, so we're going to see this delete button right here. Okay, so when I click on trash, I click on OK, it's going to comment deleted successfully. You can see the comment is actually deleted. Great. So next I'm going to run some links checks. So I'm just going to open up this up. So now I'm going to close the server. So npm run links, and we get two errors. As previous page is assigned but its value is never read, and also is loading is assigned but its value is never read. This one is coming from the comments component, so I'm going to just go up, which is line 20. I'll just get rid of this. We actually destructured this value at, but we didn't make use of it. And then for the other one, post actions of yes, line 22. which is going to be this is loading. We are not making use of this is loading right here. So when we are loading the comments data right here, when we are loading the comments, what we want to do is that we want to say if it's loading, then I want to render a span. I'll just copy this span, I'll paste that right here, then it's going to be, I'll just render something like underscore right here. Okay, then as I'll just render this span right here. That will actually get rid of this one. Format this. Great. Then I just run a lint check again, npm run lint, and we still have a lint check. Oh, I didn't save this file. I'll just save this file. I didn't save this file. And we get no ESLint warnings. So now I can actually run git status, and we get some on track files. So I'll do a git add, or then I'll do a git commit. I'll say added commit functionality. Say error password added commit functionality did not match any files not to git. Or it's going to be git commit dash message. I didn't add that dash. Added commit functionality. Enter, and that's going to get committed. Okay, so now we just have to sync this to our remote origin on GitHub. So I'll click on sync changes. Okay, and that's it for this chapter. We are done with this chapter. Now in the next chapter, we're going to implement the like functionality in our application. Now in this chapter, we're going to work on the like functionality in this application. Okay, so that users can actually like post. So first of all, we're going to create a route to actually handle the like request. Okay, now I'm going to go into the src folder app, then I'll go to API. Now inside this API folder, I'm going to create another folder called like. And inside this like folder, I'll create a folder, square bracket post ID, and then inside this post ID folder, I want to create a route. Say route.cs. Okay, now we're going to have two routes. We're going to have a route to like a post, and also we're going to have a route to actually unlike a post. Okay, so first of all, we're going to create a route. I'll say route to like post. Sorry, spell that correctly. And then down here, we'll create another route. I'll say route to unlike a post, like that. So first of all, let's actually create the route to like a post. So here I'm going to say export async function post. This is going to take a request. There's going to be an unused variable that's going to be of type request. Now since this is a dynamic, we're going to have access to the params, and the params is going to be, I want to wrap the value in the promise. It's going to have a post ID that's going to be of type string, like that. Format this, and then inside this right here, we're going to make use of a try catch block. And inside the catch, we're going to have this right here. We're going to console.error liking post, and also fail to like post with the status of 500. I'm just going to import next response from next server, and then inside the try, I'm going to say concession going to be equal to, I'm going to await auth if no session dot user dot id. If no session user id, then we're going to return a next response unauthorized with an error unauthorized and a status of 401. Then down here, if the user is actually authenticated, then I'm going to say const. I'm going to structure what we're going to get from awaiting the params, await params. Okay, and then from this await params, remember that this is going to have a post ID. Okay, so now I'm going to check if no post ID was passed through the request. If no post ID was passed through the request, then we're going to return a next response. Post ID is required, the status of 400. Then down here, we can check if the post exists. Okay, that the post the user is actually trying to like, if it actually exists. So I'm going to say const post, create a post variable, is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the post model dot, we want to find a unique post where the ID of the post we're going to match the post ID passed through the request. Okay. Then now I'm going to check if no post was found from the query, then we can simply just return a next response post not found status of 404 not found. Now if the post was found, then we can simply just create the like. Okay, so down here I'm going to say await Prisma dot make use of the like model dot we want to create a new like. The data, the user ID is going to be, as the user that is trying to like the post, is going to be session.user, which is going to be the logged in user ID, and then the post ID is going to be the post ID. Okay, as the post ID passed through the request. And then after that, we're going to return a next response.json. I'm going to set the success to true because successfully like the post. The message is going to be post like successfully. Then I'm passing a status of 201. Then finally, because after we like a user's post, we are obviously in our service function, we're obviously going to push a notification to the user that actually owns the post that someone liked their post. So we're going to pass a value called post author ID. So spell that author correctly. Author ID, who is going to be post.author ID, like that. Then I can just format this. Great. So now we have the API routes to actually like a post. So now we have to create the routes to actually unlike a post. So down here, I'm going to say export async function delete, because anytime we want to actually, so basically anytime we want to unlike a post, we are basically just deleting that like from the like model. Okay, now this is going to have similar parameters right here, so I'm just going to copy this right here, then I'll just paste that in here. Okay, and then here I'm going to make use of a try catch block. In the cache, I'm simply just going to console.error, and then I'm going to return a next response with an error failed to unlike post and a status of 500. Inside the try, I'm going to say const session to be equals to await auth, and then we're going to check if no session dot user dot id. If no session user ID, then we're going to return the next response with an error unauthorized and a status of 401. And then down here, you can obviously just destructure out the post ID from within the params. Okay, and then we just destructure out the post ID like that. And then we're going to check if no post ID was passed through the request. If no post ID was passed, then we're going to return a next response error. Post ID is required with the status 400. Then down here, we can delete the like. Okay, so down here, I'm going to say await Prisma dot the like model dot delete many, where the user ID matches the session dot user dot ID, and then the post ID matches the post ID. Okay, so basically we want to delete any like that has this pair, this user ID and this post ID pair from the like model. Then down here, I'm going to return a next response.json success, set that to true, and message post deleted successfully. Okay, I'll just format this. So now we have both the routes to unlike a post and also to like a post. Okay, so next we're going to create a service function to make requests to these routes. Okay, so inside this services folder, I'm going to create another file. I'll call this one like.ts. Now in here, I'm going to say export async function like post Now this function is going to take an argument. I'll just call this like data, and now you have to create a type for this. So up here, just create a quick type. I'll say interface like data. It's going to have a post ID that's going to be of type string, and a user ID that's going to be of type string. Okay, I'll just use uppercase, and then we can pass this type right here as the type of this argument like data. Great. And then in here, we're going to make use of a try catch block. Inside the cache, we're simply just going to say we want to check if it's an as used error when the error is cached. And if it's an as used error, we're going to log the error and throw the error as we're just going to throw error. And then inside the try, I want to say const response going to be equals to with as used dot make a post request to that dynamic routes API / what did we call the like folder? API / like / the dynamic argument we pass. Remember that we'll pass an argument called like data, and that like data has a property called the post ID. Okay, and then now you're simply just going to return the response. Okay, so now I want to create another service function for unliking a post. So down here I'm going to say export async function on like post. It's going to take one argument because post ID that's going to be of type string. And then in here we're also going to make use of a try catch block. And if there's an error, we're actually going to do the same thing we did when we catch this error. We're just going to check if it's an as used error and then throw it. Else we're going to throw the error. And inside the try, I want to say const response. It's going to be equals to spell out response correctly. It's going to be equals to, I want to with as used dot make a delete request to that route we just created. It's going to be / API / like / post ID. That's passed to this function. And then down here we can still just return response.data like that. And yeah, this is going to be response.data too. Great. So now we have the service function to like and unlike a post. So now you just have to make use of, so you just have to create a mutation for this. So I'm going to go to the custom hooks folder, custom hooks. I'll create a new file. I'll call this one use like.ts. In here I'm going to say export function use like post, and this is going to return a use mutation. The mutation function is going to be the service function we just created. It's going to be like post, and then on success now when we are successful in liking a post, right, you're going to invalidate some queries. Okay, but for now we're just going to comment this out. And now you create another function, export async function use unlike post. This is also going to return a use mutation. The mutation function is going to be unlike post. Okay, the service function we created. And then on success, I'll just copy this right here. I'll just paste that underneath here. Basically going to invalidate some queries too. Great. So now we have the mutation to actually like a post. Now let's actually make use of this mutation. So first of all, I'm going to go to the post actions component. I'll go to src component and then post, and then we have this post actions component right here. Okay, and inside this post actions component we have, where is that like button? We have that like button right here. Okay, this is the like button, but we're not going to make use of the button in here. We're going to create a component for the button. So I'll go to components, I'll create another folder, I'll call this one like. Okay, inside this like, I want to create a new file. I'll call this one like button.tsx. RFC. Now this button is simply just going to return what we have inside this post action, which is going to be this button right here. So I'll cut that and then I'll just place that in here. Simply just going to return this JSX right here, and then I'll import this icon in here. Okay, so all you have to do is just go over to this component and call that like button component we just created. Okay, and then get rid of this import right here, firec hat. We don't need that in this component anymore. Great, and then save that and head back to the web page. I'll just go back to the home page. We still get the like button right here. Okay, great. And now inside this like button, we can actually make use of the mutation we created. I'll just format this. Now up here, I'm going to first of all get the user session. So I'll say const session. So this will be equals to make use of use session. I'm going to get that use session from NextAuth React. Okay, and then down here, I'm going to say const user ID is going to be equals to session dot data dot the user dot the ID of that user. Okay, and then up here we can actually make use of that mutation. Say const the structure what we're going to get is going to be equals to use like post. Okay, and remember that this is going to return a mutation, so we have access to mutate, and also we have access to is pending, which I'm going to rename liking. Okay, and also I'll rename this one like post mutation. Okay, and then I'm going to make use of the second mutation. The structure what we're going to get is going to be equals to use unlike post. Okay, and then from this one, so I'm going to destructure the mutate, and we are not getting the auto completion. This function is supposed to return a use mutation. Oh, we are saying this is going to be an async function. Sorry, I'm going to get rid of that. It's a function, not an async function. So right here, we're going to get access to the mutate, and then we're going to rename that unlike post mutation. Then we get access to the is pending, which I'm going to rename unliking. Okay, great. So now we have the two mutations. So next we're going to create a function down here. Say const handle like is going to be equals to an arrow function. Now in here I'm going to check if no user ID, then I'm simply just going to return. Okay, break the code. So next I'm going to create a variable. Now this variable, we're going to be getting this from the server. Okay, but for now, since we're not actually fetching the if a user has actually liked the particular post, we're not fetching that yet. So the variable is going to be boolean, true or false. That's how we're going to actually determine if a user has liked a post or not. Okay, but for now I'm just going to create the variable right here. I'm going to say const has liked is going to be equals to false. Okay, so if has like is false, then anytime we run this handle like function, we're going to run the like mutation, else we're going to run the unlike mutation. Okay, then in here we can simply if has like, which means the user has liked this post before, then right here we're going to run unlike mutation, s, which means the user has not liked the post before, we're going to run the like mutation. Okay, great. So if it has liked, then we're going to make use of the unlike post mutation. Then we have to pass in the post ID, which we do not have inside this component yet. So up here I'm going to actually destructure the post ID, which is going to be the post ID is going to be of type string. Okay, so then when we call this like button inside this post action, we have to pass the post ID. So I'll say post ID is going to be equals to post ID, like that. Okay, remember that we are passing the post ID from this post action component right here already. Okay, so just pass it to the like button. Okay, and then in here you can say unlike post, and then we just pass in the post ID. Okay, and then for the like post mutation, this is actually going to be different. Remember that in the service function we created for the like post mutation, remember that the like post is going to take an object that's going to have a user ID and a post ID. Unlike the unlike post, it's going to take one argument, the post ID. The like post is going to take an object that's going to have two values in there, the post ID and the user ID. Okay, so when we call this post ID, when we over on, it's going to say expected 1 to 2 arguments but got 0, so we have to pass the object. So in here I'm going to say this is going to have a post ID and also the user ID. Okay, remember we already created the logged in user ID right here. Okay, so we already have the logged in user ID up here. So I'll just format this. So all we have to do is just copy this function. I'll say handle, just say handle like toggle. I'll copy this function right here and then I'll just hook up that function to the like button. Okay, so right here I'm going to say on click. When this button is clicked on, once we run this function, handle like toggle. Now let's actually test if all this is working. So I just go back to the web page. Now since this as like is false, because we set this manually to false, it's going to check if as like is false, it's going to run this other mutation right here, like post mutation. So let's test this. So I'm just going to click on, now to actually know if this is working, after we run the mutation right here on success, I'm going to say alert liked post like that, and then right here I'm just going to click on this, and we actually get that liked post. Great. So now to actually check if the like was inserted, you have to go to Prisma Studio. So I'm just going to open this terminal up. Then down here I'm going to say, just clear this terminal, mpx Prisma Studio like that. I'll just close up this one. Then I'll go to the like mode, and we obviously have one like right here. As you can see, we have one like right here. Okay, I want to go back and actually like another post. I'll just like this post, and we get liked post. Go back to Prisma Studio. I'll just refresh, and we have 2 likes right here. Okay, remember that when we created our model, we in our prisma.schema, I'm just going to go to that schema file, schema.prisma. When we created the like model, we created something called @unique, okay, to prevent duplicate likes, which means a user cannot like a post more than once. We cannot have duplicate of the user ID, post ID. So when I click on a post I've already liked before, just click on this very first one we've liked before, you're going to notice that the request is going to throw an error immediately. It's going to throw an error immediately that you cannot actually like a post more than once. Okay, now you don't have to worry about this, because when the user has liked a post, obviously the user isn't going to see the like button anymore. You don't see the unlike button. Okay, but I'm just trying to demonstrate that a user cannot like a post more than once. Okay, so we'll go back to Prisma Studio and refresh. You're going to notice that we still have only 2 likes in the likes model. Great. Let's refresh this. Now I'm just going to close Prisma Studio. I close the schema.prisma file, and then I'll get rid of this right here. Okay, great. Then down here, I can simply create a variable const loading. It's going to be equals to liking or unliking, okay, which is this pending state we have right here. Okay, and then we can simply say the button disabled is going to be equals to loading. Okay, that way when a like request is being processed, this button is going to be disabled. Great. So next, what we want to work on is that we want to actually fetch the like status to know if a particular user has liked a post or not. So if a user has liked that post, we want to show a pink button right here. Yes, we're going to show this button right here. Okay, and also we want to get the total likes for each post. Okay, now remember that we already fetched the total comment for each post, okay, in initial chapters when we actually worked on a comment. Now if we create another route to fetch the like status and then create another route to fetch the likes count, in this post actions component we are going to have 3 requests. Okay, now for each post component, when this post component renders, we're going to make 3 requests to fetch the likes count, the like status, and also the comments count. When this component renders, we're going to make a request to fetch the likes count, the like status, and the comments count. And this is not really good for performance. Okay, so what I want to do instead is that instead of us having 3 routes for fetching the post start, we're going to have 1 route for fetching the post start. That way, for each post we render to the UI, each post component, we're just going to make 1 request to fetch the post starts. Okay, so let's actually create a route for that. So I'll just go to the API folder, I'll close this up, I'll go to SRC app API, then I'll go to post. In here, I'm going to create a folder called stats. And inside this start folder, I'll create another folder called post ID. We want to fetch that's because we want to fetch the stats of each post with the post ID. Click on enter, and then inside this post ID folder, I'll create a wraps the CS. Okay, great. In here, we can simply say export async function get. Now this is going to take an argument called request, which is going to be of type request. And then since it's dynamic, we can actually destructure out the params since it's a dynamic route. And then we say the params objects is going to have a value in there called post ID, which is going to be of type string. Just format this. And then inside this curly bracket, we're going to make use of a try catch block. And inside the catch, we're just going to paste this right here, console.error, error fetching post stats with an error. Then return a next response.json error failed to fetch post stats with a status of 500. And then we're just going to get next response from next server. And then in here, inside the trail, we can simply get the session of the user. So session is going to be equals. I'm going to await spell that session correctly. I'm going to await auth, or get auth from the auth of CS file. Then down here, we're going to check if no session dot user dot ID. Okay, now if no session user ID, then we're just going to return a next response with an error unauthorized and a status of 401. Okay, and then down here you can simply say const or the structure what we're going to get from actually awaiting params. Now this params is going to have this post ID in there, so we're going to destructure out the post ID. Then after that, we're going to check if no post ID was passed through the request. If no post ID, then we're going to return this response right here. Error post ID is required with a status of 400. Then down here, we're going to fetch or post starts in parallel. Okay. Now just like we made parallel queries when we were fetching the post and also the total count of posts when we are working on the infinite scope for our posts. Okay. We're going to create an array. First result is going to be like status. The second result is going to be like counts. And then the last square is going to be for the comment count, like that. And then this is going to be equals to await promise dot all. The first square is going to be Prisma. Get Prisma from our like folder dot the like model dot find first where the user ID matches with the logged user ID, which is going to be session dot user dot ID of the logged in user, and the post ID matches the post ID that's passed through the request. And this is the first query, which is going to be this like status right here. Now if this returns true, now which means the user has a like pair with the post, and which means the user has already liked the post before. So down here, the second query is going to be Prisma dot the like model again dot count where post ID. We basically want to count the like models, like where the post ID matches with the post ID passed through the request. So we want to get, so basically we want to get the total number of likes that's associated with this post ID, okay, which is going to be the total number of likes for the post. Then the last query is going to be Prisma dot, this time I'm going to make use of the comment model dot count where post ID matches the post ID passed through the request. Just like for the like, we are getting the total number of comments that's associated with this post ID. Okay, so the total number of comments for this particular post. So now we have these parallel queries down here. We can return a next response .json. And we name this liked which is going to be : like status. Okay, so basically what I'm doing right here is that remember that when this right here, when this first query, this like status, this first query finds a user ID post ID pair, it's going to return that pair, which means it's going to find one record. Now when it finds one record, we're going to convert whatever it returns to Boolean by using this exclamation mark, which is going to be true. But if it doesn't find any record, which means the user has not liked this post before, it's going to return null. Okay, so this is going to convert it to false. So basically this like is either going to be true if we find a pair, or false. Now if it's true, which means the user has liked this post before, but if it's false, it means the user has not liked this post before. And then down here we can return the likes count and also return the comments count through the response. And then we have to create a service function for this. I'll just format this. So I'll go to this services folder right here. Now we're going to do this inside the post.ts file. I'll just scroll down here. I'm going to say export async function get post start. And this is going to take one argument called post ID, which is going to be of type string. And then it's going to return a promise, which is going to be of type post start. Okay, so we have to create this type. So I just go to the types folder, I'll go to types post.ts, and then you're going to create another type. So then you say export interface post start. It's going to have a comments count. This is going to be of type number, because this is going to be a number. It's going to have a likes count, which is also going to be a number. And finally, it's going to have a value called liked, which is going to be Boolean. Okay, and then inside this service function, you can just import this post start from types. Okay, great. And then it's just going to import that up here, post start from types post. And then inside this function, you can make use of a try catch block. And inside the catch block, we're going to do something similar to what we have here. So I'll just paste that in here. And then inside the try, we're simply going to say const the response to be equal to, I'm going to await as use dot make a get request to this route right here /API /post /stats /dynamic post ID pass through the function. And then down here, we simply just going to return the response dot the data from the response. I format this. Great. So now we have the service function to make a get request to the post start what we create. So we just have to create a query to actually use this function. So I'll go to custom hook, I'll go to use post, and down here I'll create another function, say export function use post start. Now anytime we'll call this function, we'll pass in a post ID that's going to be of type string. And then in here, this function is just going to return a use query. Get that from React query. And in here, you have to pass in the query function first, which is going to be an arrow function that's going to fire the service function we just created, which is going to be get post start. Get post start, and then we just pass in the post ID as an argument. And then down here, the query key is going to be, I call this post start, and then we have to pass in the post ID. So we're going to catch each post start based on the post ID. That way, when we actually like a post or comment on the post, we're not going to invalidate. We're not going to invalidate the entire post list. We just invalidate the start of the particular post we're actually dealing with at that time. Okay, so we're going to cache it with the post ID. Now this is going to help with performance. That way, when we invalidate, we're just going to invalidate the particular post with this post ID right here. Okay, and then we want this query to only be enabled when there's a post ID. Okay, so it's only going to be true when the post ID is actually available. So now we have the query function we need, so we can actually make use of this hook right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the post actions component. I'll go to src components, post, and I'll go to this post actions component right here. Now inside this post actions component, this is where we're actually going to make use of that hook we just created. So up here, we can simply say const. We're going to structure what we are going to get. It's going to be equals to use post start, okay? And now just pass the post ID as an argument. And from here, we can actually destructure out the data, and then it is loading like that. And we're getting a confliction with this one right here. So I'm going to comment this one for now. Okay, so I'm going to scroll down, comment, also just get rid of this for now, so we don't get an error. Now save that. Now what I want to do, I want to actually log that data to the console, the data we are getting from the use post mutation. So now I say console.log the data, just like that. Save that, head back to the web page, and I'll just refresh this. I'll go to the console. I actually get the object right here. I'm just going to open one of these, and you can see now for each of these objects, this is going to be associated to each post. For this particular one, we have comment 0, likes true, and light count 1. Okay, I'll open another one. I just open this one right here. For this one, we have comments count as 4, liked false, and likes count 0. So we are getting this post start for each post. Okay, so now we can actually get rid of this one. We don't need this anymore. Okay, since we're actually combining all the stats together, then also I'll get rid of this log statement. Then I can say const comment count is going to be equals to data dot the comments count, like that. So I'll just format this, and then down here you can just output the comment counts. I'm going to output comments counts. Okay, great. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we actually get the comments count for each post. Great. Now what I want to work on next is that when, instead of just doing the loading for just the comments, I'm going to get rid of this. What I want to do is that for this post start component, I'm going to say if loading, if it's loading, if we are loading the stats, then I want to return. For now, this is temporary. Later on, we're going to actually add a loading skeleton for this. If loading, I want to return a loading text right here, which is going to have a Tailwind class of test gray of 300. Okay, I'll save that. Now we'll head back to the web page and we'll just refresh this. You're going to notice that after we fetch the post, just before we pull in the post start, we're going to see that loading right here, that we're actually loading in the post start for that particular post, and we are going to actually load in. Okay, great. So now finally, when we create a new comment, we're not going to actually invalidate the comments count anymore, because we don't need that anymore. Okay, we don't need that cache anymore. So go to custom hooks, go to use comment.ts. Now when we create a new comment, we don't want to actually invalidate the comments count anymore. We want to actually invalidate the post start. So I go to use post. I'll just copy this right here. I'll go back to that use comments. Then instead of having comments counts here, we're just going to paste this right here. Okay, and then up here too, when we actually create a new comment, we're going to actually invalidate the post start that's actually associated to that particular post. Okay, which means we no longer need this use comments count. We can get rid of this, and also we don't need the service functions. We're just going to get rid of this get comments count importation here. Now go to the service function, services, comment.ts. Then we no longer need this get comments count right here. I'll just get rid of that. And also we don't need the route for that too. I'll go to app, API, comments, and just delete this count folder right here. Move to recycle. Great. Go back to the post actions, and obviously I have this use comment import right here. So just get rid of that so we don't get any more errors in here. Great. So now let's actually test this out. So I'm just going to create a new comment. I'll create a comment for this. Now obviously we don't have any comments for this post right now. So I'm going to create one comment. I'm going to say first comment on this post. I just click on post comments. I will get the comment right here. You see right now the post comment updates to 1. And also when we delete the comments, click on delete comments. It's going to change back to 0. So everything still works perfectly. But now we now have a better system where we load the comment count, the like count, and also the like status in one query. Okay, for better performance of our application. So I'll go back to the home page. So now what we want to work on next is that we want a way to know if a user has liked a particular post or not. So if a user has liked a post, we want to actually display a pink button right here. Else we're going to display this button we are seeing right now. So let's work on that. So what I'm going to do is that inside this post actions component, I'm going to pass a prop to the like button. Okay, so I'm going to say this like button is going to take something called a post starts, which is going to be equals to data. Okay, and then we have to specify the type of this post start in this like component. So I'll go to this like component. In here, we're going to create a tab up here. Just create a tab. Say tab like button props equals to an object. First of all, I'm going to pass this post ID right here. Just copy that and I'll paste that in here. And then I'm going to say this is also going to take a post start, which is going to be of tab post start, which I'm going to get from the tabs. Okay, and then right here we're going to say this is going to be of tab like button props, and then we can just destructure have the post start like that. Great. And then inside this post action we are getting an error. Post start and undefined is not assignable to type post start, and that's because when the data has not been fetched, it could be undefined. Okay, so to solve this problem, what we're going to do, we're going to say if the data is already fetched from the server, then only then are we going to return this component right here. Okay, we'll just return this if there's a data. So that's going to get rid of that error. That way this post JSS is only going to be rendered when we have the data. Okay, so if we don't have the data, it's going to display this loading state, and if we have the data, it's going to display this right here. Okay, so now I'll go back to the like button and actually make use of this post start. So up here we can simply say this as like variable we have right here is going to be equals to post starts dot liked. Okay, that's the one we are getting from the server, and then we're actually going to render that button conditionally. Now first of all, I'm going to add some dynamic styles to this. I'll just cut these static styles we have right here. I'll paste them back, and then in here I'm going to add some dynamic styles. I'm going to say if as liked, if the user has liked the post, then I want to actually add these styles right here. As I want to add these styles. So if the user has not liked the post, then I want to give the button this color right here. I'll just paste that right here. But if the user has liked the particular post, then we're going to give this a test pink of 600. Okay, we are not done. We're also going to render the icon conditionally. So I'll just get rid of these. I'm going to say as liked. If the user has liked the post, then we're going to render this. Hence, we're going to render this. So for this one, if the user has liked the post, we get rid of this regular. We're going to import var add from React icons. And then right here, we're actually going to display the counts of the like count. So up here, I'm going to say const likes counts is equals to post starts dot likes counts. Okay, and then we're just going to display that likes counts right here. Likes counts like that. I'll save that. So now when we head back to the web page, you can see that for this one we have one like, user has liked this post. This one no like, user has not liked this post. And for this one we have 0 likes. Okay, 0 likes, 0 likes. Okay, great. So now when we like a post, we want to actually invalidate the post start. So we're going to go to our use like go to the use like.ts. Now, remember we hold this code to actually like and unlike a post. So when we like and unlike a post, we want to actually invalidate the query. Okay, so let's do that. So first of all, I'm going to create a query client. I'm going to say const query client. So going to be equals. I'm going to make use of use query client. Then down you can simply say query client dot invalidate queries. The query key is going to be post start, and then we have to cache it with the post ID. So right here, I'm going to get the data and also the variables we are passing to the mutation, and then right here I can simply say variables dot the post ID. Okay, I'll copy this and I just paste that right here. And then instead of variable.post ID, remember that we're not passing an object to the unlike post, we're only passing an object to this one right here. Okay, so we can just get the data and also just get the post ID that's passed through the mutation. Okay, and then just get the query client instance from up here, and then I'll just paste that right here. I'll format this. So now we're actually invalidating the queries. Okay, so let's actually test it out. So I'll go back to the web page. I'll unlike this post. I can see right now that the post is actually unliked. I'm going to like this post. I can see the post is actually liked. But we are not done yet. Now, when we like and unlike a post, you're going to notice that there's this delay before the query is actually invalidated. Okay, there's this little delay before the query is invalidated, and then the like is actually removed or added, and then we can invalidate the query. But we want to actually optimistically update this button also, the count right here. Okay, so let's actually do that. So I'm going to go back to the like button. I'll go back to the like button. Now before we actually make use of the like mutation and the unlike mutation, we want to optimistically update the button. Okay, so first of all, we're going to store the previous stats for rollback. Say store previous stats. Now you create a variable const previous stats going to be equals to. I'll create a new query client up here. I'm going to say const query client is going to be equals to use query client, and then right here I'm going to say query client dot get query data. I want to get the query data of this cache. What query data do you want to get? The post start, and also we want with this post ID right here. Okay, the one with the post ID we are passing to this like button. Okay, and then down here we can optimistically update both the likes, both properties, that is both the like property and the like status properties in one call. So down here I want to say query client dot set query data. Which query data do we want to set? The post starts. I also pass in a unique post ID. Call this one the old one, and then I want to go over on this. You know, see that we have a TypeScript error, so we have to tell TypeScript the type of data this is going to actually take. So right here, I'm going to say this is going to be of type post starts. Okay, and then in here we're going to check if no cache, if no old, if no cache, then we're going to update the state inside this component. So I'm going to return an object. I'm going to spread up the post starts, and then I want to modify the like. So we're going to set the like to the opposite value. The like is going to be set to the opposite of has liked, and then the like scans are going to be set to, we're going to check if the user has liked the post. If the user has liked the post before, then we're going to do a math.maximum 0 likes counts. We're going to -1. Okay, S, we're going to say likes. So if the user has not liked the post, we're going to say likes count plus 1. Now, let me explain what we are doing here. Now, we are checking because we are trying to access the cache from the React query store, which we are going to call old right here, okay? Or we can call it old data, okay? But if we don't get that data from the React query store, then we're going to make use of the post stats we already have in this component, okay? We're going to spread up that post stats, and then we're going to set, remember that when we want to access or modify a value inside an object, we have to spread up that object, okay? Now, inside this object, we have the comments count, the likes count, and the likes. Okay, we want to modify the likes and the likes count. So we are spreading it up using this dot, spread up the object, and then we are assessing the likes. We are setting the likes. Now, if the user has liked the post before, if as liked is true, it's going to set it to false. And if it's false, it's going to set it to true. Basically, we are toggling the state, okay? Great. And also, we want to actually modify the likes count. So we have to check if the user has liked the post before. If the user has liked the post before, now we're going to say maths.c likes count -1. And then if the user has not liked the post before, then we're going to say the likes initial likes count +1 as the user has liked before we actually process the request. Okay, why this one? If the user has liked the post before, we're going to minus the user's like before we actually process the request. Okay, but if we get the value from the store, then right here we're going to return an object. We're going to spread up the old data. We'll set the liked to the opposite value of as liked, and then we're going to set the likes count to, we'll check if the user has liked the post as liked. If the user has liked the post, then we'll do a math.maximum 0. We're going to get the old data dot likes count -1 s old dot likes count +1. Now what we are doing right here is basically what we did here, okay? But this time we are making use of the object we get from the React query store if we got it, okay? This one is if we don't get that object, we're going to make use of the post stat we're already passing through this component right here as a prop. But we are not actually done yet. So remember that we are optimistically updating the data of the like button, like the status and also the count. But what if the request actually fails? Okay, so we have to fall back to this previous value right here. That's how we actually got the previous value of the date of the query before we actually update the query. Okay, so right here I'm going to say on error. Now if there's an error, I'm going to say query client dot set the query data for the post stats, and then we'll pass in the post ID. I'm going to set it to the previous state, okay? That is previous stats up here that we actually got before we actually try to optimistically update the data, okay? Same thing for this one. We're going to say on error, so I'm just going to copy this right here and I'll just paste that right here. Okay, so I'll format this. Now when the mutation fails and we are unable to like or unlike a post, we're going to default back to the previous state of the query cache, okay, or the query. I'll save that. Now let's actually test this out. Now I'm going to click on unlike. You can see immediately before the request starts processing, it's going to actually update optimistically, okay, and now the request is processed. Now we have zero likes, and also the user has not actually liked the post. I won't click on like, you see immediately it's actually updated. Great, before the request starts processing. Same thing with this one. When I click on like, immediately it gets updated, and also when I click on like on this one, immediately it gets updated before the request process. And also I can click on unlike. You can see right now that this is actually a more better experience for users. So now the final thing we're going to do for this like functionality is that we want to actually fetch the like post of a user. When we click on this right here, we want it to take us to the favorite page, okay, where the user can actually see their favorite post, the post they've actually liked before, okay. So let's actually work on that. So first of all, I'm going to create a route to actually fetch the liked post of a user. So I go to the API folder, I go to src app API, Inside this post folder, I'll create another folder. I'll call this one liked posts. Inside this liked post folder, I'm going to create a route .ts. So in here, I'm going to say export async function get, and this is going to take a request. I think to be of type request, and then in here, I'm going to make use of a try catch block. And inside the catch, I'm simply just going to return this right here. Console.error get like post error with internal server error with the status of 500. Just import next response from net server, and then in here, first of all, I'm going to say const session. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to with auth. I'll get that from auth.ts, and then down here, I'm going to check if a session is set. If no session dot user id, then I'm going to return a next response error unauthorized and a status of 401. And then down here, I'm going to say const. I'll destructure what we're going to get. It's going to be equals to new URL. In here, I'm going to pass in a request dot the URL from the request, and then we can simply just structure the search params. So now for our links, we're also going to have that infinite scroll functionality. So I just go to the post routes. I just copy some of the things we did inside that post route. Where is that? I just close it up. This inside this get, we're going to copy some of the things we did here, which is first of all this right here. I just copy this, and then I'll just paste that underneath here. Okay, rearrange that a bit. We're going to have 2 posts per page. I want to pass this page through the URL. Okay, and then down here, I'm going to say const likes and total count is going to be equals to with promise dot all, and the first code is going to be Prisma dot find many, dot the like model dot find many. We want to find the likes where the user ID matches the session dot user dot the ID of the logged in user. Okay, and then remember that we have a relationship between, we're going to include, we already have a relationship between the like model and the post model. When we go to our schema.prisma, when we created our schema right here, when we created a like model, when we created a like model, we actually related that like model to the post model, and inside the post model we have a relationship between the post and also the likes. Okay, so anytime we fetch the like, you can get the post that's actually associated to that like. I want to include the post model, and then remember that the post model is actually related to the user model. Then we can actually include the author of the post, and we're going to select the ID field. I want to set it to true. The username, I'll set that to true. The name of the author of the post, I'll set that to true. Finally, the image, I'm going to set that to true. Okay, and then down here, I'm going to actually order by created at descending order. And then down here, you're going to pass the skip variable to know how many posts you want to skip per page, and then I want to pass the limit variable. Okay, and then the second query is going to be Prisma dot like model dot, we want to count how many likes where the user ID matches the session dot user dot ID. Okay, so I'm basically just getting, so basically right here, you're just getting the total number of posts that this particular logged in user has actually liked. Okay, great, which is going to actually correlate with the number of posts we're going to actually get up here. Then after this promise right here, we're going to actually extract the post. Okay, because remember that when we make this fetch query, right, these likes, we are fetching the likes, okay, and then we are auto-loading the post because we have a relationship between the likes model and the post model. So we are auto-loading the post from the query, but now I want to extract the post because we actually need the post in our client, okay. So then I'm going to say const post is going to be equal to likes dot map like, and then we're just going to spread up the like and access the post of each like, okay. So we are mapping through all the lines and then we are getting the post of each like and setting those objects to this variable right here, which means this variable is going to be a post array of different posts from inside this like object. And then down here we're going to do the similar thing we did in the post route. Where's that post route? Which is going to be this pagination right here. Which is going to be this pagination right here. So I'm just going to copy what we have here, and I'm just going to paste that right here. Okay, so we are basically just getting the total pages, it has next page, it has previous page, and also returning a next response with the post and also the pagination structure. I'll format this. So now we have the routes to fetch the liked post of a particular user. So I want to create a service function for this. I'm going to go to services, I go to post.ts, then I just wrap this up. Then down here I'm going to say export async function get liked post, okay. And in here we're going to have a page param that's going to default to 1 if it's not passed, and then it's going to return a promise that's going to be of type post response, okay. So in here we're going to make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch I'm simply going to do what we did here, just copy this, and then I'm just going to paste that in here, and then inside the try we can make a response to that how to just created the const response. It's going to be equal to, I'm going to with as use dot make a get request to /API /post /liked post. If we call this liked post, I'll just check the name of the routes, src app API post. Yeah, we call it liked post, okay. And then we're going to say the page is going to be equals to, now this is going to be dynamic, so I'm going to wrap this in backticks. Page is going to be equals to the page param. That's the page we are getting from the page params inside the API routes, okay. And then down here we're simply just going to return response dot the data from the response. So now I'm going to create a hook to actually fetch this data. So I'll go to custom hooks, I'll go to use post, then I just create another hook, export function use get liked post, and this function is going to return a use infinite query hook. The query key is going to be liked post, and then the query function is going to be that service function we just created. It's going to be get liked post, okay. And then we're going to pass in some configuration. So I'm just going to copy the one we did here. So just copy this one right here because we are doing something similar to this right here, and I'll just paste that underneath here, okay. So now we have the infinite query to actually fetch the data, so we can actually make use of this inside the like post page. So let's actually create that page. I'm going to go to src app protected. Inside this protected folder, I'll create another folder called it one liked post. And inside this like folder, I'm going to create another file. I call this one page.tsx rfc. Great. Now this post page is going to be an async function. So I'll say async. And the reason it's going to be async is because we're going to await the auth of the user, because we have to get the logged in user session so we can actually get the logged in user ID from the server. So I convert this to an uppercase P, and then in here I'm going to say const session is going to be equals to, I'm going to await auth. I get that from the auth.ts file. So I want to create a component for this page right here. Go to the SRC component. Inside this post folder, I'll create another component called liked post.tsx rfc, and then we're just going to actually import that liked post in here. Okay, so this is just going to return liked post components. Okay, and then we can pass the logged in user ID as a prop to this liked post. So first of all, I'll say if there's a session .user .id, only then do we want to render this liked post components. Okay, so I'm just going to cut this off, and then I'll just paste that in here. And we have to wrap this in an empty fragment or a div, so I just wrap this in an empty fragment. Great. And then we're going to pass in the prop called user ID, which is going to be equals to the session .user .id. So inside the liked post, you can actually receive that prop. I'm going to destructure that prop. I call it user ID, which is going to be of type user ID, which is going to be a string. And then inside this liked post component, I'm going to say const of the structure. What we're going to get is going to be equals to use get liked post. Okay, and then we're going to destructure out all the values we're going to get. It's going to be the data, the is loading, the is error, the error is fetching next page, fetch next page as next page. Okay, I'll just format this, and then down here we can simply say if is loading, we're going to return a paragraph tag that's going to say loading, and then we're just going to add a Tailwind class of test grade of 300 to this. And also if there's an error, we're going to say if it's error, we're just going to put that error right here. So I'm going to say error dot the message from the error. So up here you can log the data to see what we are getting. So I'm going to say console.log the data. Okay, I'll save that. So now you're just going to go to the favorite page and click on, I don't think that route is correct. It's not favorite, it's going to be liked post. So I'm just going to change that route. So what we're going to do, we're going to actually rename this in the nav bar. Remember that the route is going to be / the liked post. Okay, so I'll go to components navbar, src components general. I'll go to navbar. Then right here we're actually creating our navigation. Right here I want to say / liked post. Okay, and then when we hover on this, because when we hover on this, we actually get liked post. Okay, so I'll click on this and we get an error, attempted to use query infinity on the client. Oh, we have to make this liked post component a client component. Okay, so up here I'm going to say this is going to be use client. Okay, remember we cannot make the liked post page a client component because we are making this is an async function. Also we are making use of server codes in there. So we're going to make this liked post right here a client component. So I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we actually get that right here, liked post. Great. So now I want to go over to the console. You should actually see those logs right here. I'll click on object pages, and you see we have 2 posts in here. That's because the user has liked 2 posts, so we actually get 2 posts inside this post array right here. Okay, so now I can actually make use of the data. So I'm going to go back to that liked post. What I'm going to do right here, I'm going to say const liked post is going to be equals to data dot pages dot flat map page. I want the page dot post. And if there's no page or post, we're going to return an empty array. So next, what we want to do is that I want to render a URL that's going to be shown to the user when the liked post is an empty array. So down here, I want to say if liked post is equivalent to 0, or sorry, if liked post dot length is equivalent to 0, which means there is an empty array. Then I want to return this JSX right here. I want to create a div tag, add some Tailwind classes to this. Use a Tailwind utilities class of flex of call, items of center, justify of center, padding horizontal of 4, bg dark 2, padding of 4 and rounded of 2xl. In here I want to create another div. I give this one a Tailwind class, text gray of 400 and a margin bottom of 4. In here I want to display an icon for heart. I'll get that from React icons. The icon is going to have a size of 50. And after this div, I want to create a h3 tag. I'm going to say no liked post yet. Add some Tailwind classes to this. Text of XL, font of semi-bold, and a margin bottom of 2. And after this h3 tag, I'm going to add a paragraph tag. I'm simply going to say post you like will appear here. Start exploring and liking posts. I'll give this a Tailwind class of text gray of 600. Now obviously this logged in user has to like the post, so we're not going to see this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say this is going to be true. If this is true, so we can actually see this JXS right here. Now just go back to the web page and actually see that right here. No liked post yet. Post you like will appear here. Start exploring and liking posts. Now this is the UI the user is going to see if they've not liked a post in this application. So I'll go back there. Then this is only going to be rendered to the UI when the liked post.length is equivalent to 0. Then right here, I want to create a JXS right here. In here, I'll create an empty fragment. Then I'm going to map through the liked post. I want to say liked post dot map. I'll call each of them a post. Then anytime we actually map through the post, we're going to return a post component. Okay, we're going to get that from. We're going to get that from inside this post folder. Basically, you're inside the same folder, so it's going to be ./post. Okay. I remember that this post right now expects a post and also a user ID. So we're going to say this post prop is going to be equal to the post we are mapping through, and then the user ID is going to be equal to the user ID we are passing as a prop to this component up here. Okay, great. And when we save that, we should actually see the post actually outputted here, and we get an error because we not actually passed a key to this. So I want to say the key is going to be equal to post dot the ID of the post. I'll save that and I should get rid of that error we are getting. Great job. And you can see right now that we have the liked post of the user in the UI. Now we are not done. Remember, we actually implemented the infinite scroll functionality, which means that this is just the first page. The first page will contain 2 posts. So if you have more posts, you have to display a button right here to actually fetch the next page. So what I'm going to do down here, after this right here, I'm going to say as next page. Then I'm going to render a JXS right here. And if there's a next page, I'm going to create a div. And inside that div, I'm going to create a button. I'm going to say load more. Okay. I'll give this div a Tailwind class of flex, justify, center, and a margin bottom of thin. Okay. And for the bottom, I'm going to give it a Tailwind class of bg primary, text of white, py of 2, px of 4, rounded of full, and a cursor of pointer. Sorry, spell that pointer correctly. And then on this button, we're going to add an onClick event handler. OnClick, once we run an arrow function, it's going to fire our fetch next page function from React query. And also we're going to say disabled, which is going to be equals to is fetching next page. don't think we are getting that up here. So I'm just going to say it's fetching next page error. It's not it's fetching, it's fetching next page. Okay. And then right here, I'm going to say it's fetching next page. Okay. So if the next page is being fetched, then the button is going to be disabled. I'll just format this. And also, if the next page is being fetched, we're going to say if it's fetching next page, then we're going to say loading. The button is going to say loading as is going to say load more, okay, or loading more, whatever you want to write there. I'll save that. Now, obviously, we're not going to see the button because we only have this user only has 2 liked posts. So what we're going to do, we're going to go back to the home page and like another post. So I just like this post right here. Click on like post, and now the user has 3 posts in your liked post. I go to favorite post or liked post, and then when we scroll down, you can see right now that we still don't see it. Okay, that's because this query has been cached. Okay, remember that React query is going to cache every data we fetch. It's going to cache them. Okay, so we have to refresh to actually fetch fresh data, and then you can see that we see that load more button right here. This is the first page, and we can actually load the next page of liked post. Okay, and you see the like status and the comment count gets fetched too. Great. So that's basically it for this chapter. So we're going to run some linked checks. Go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'm just going to open this terminal up. Then I'm just going to close this server, and then I'm going to say npm run links. And miraculously, we get no ASLint warnings or errors. Wow, that's the first time. So I'm going to say git status. It's going to show all the on-track files and changes we have right here. So I'll do a git add all the changes to the staging area. Click on enter, and then I'm going to do a git commit touch the message added like functionality. Click on enter, and that's going to commit our changes to the main branch. Okay, so now I'm just going to sync this to our remote origin on GitHub. So say sync changes, click on OK, and that's going to sync our changes to GitHub. Okay, now that's it for this chapter. I'm going to see you in the next chapter. So in this chapter, we're going to work on actually implementing notifications in this application. Now we are going to do this in 2 steps. The first step, we're going to actually work on actually creating, showing the notification of a users in the application. Okay, so when a user follow another user, like another user's post, or comment on another user's post, we're going to actually leave a notification. And that's the first step. Now the second step is that we have to ensure that notification is actually real time, which means the user don't have to refresh the application to actually see that they have a new notification. It's going to actually update on its own, like you see on websites like Facebook. Okay, so let's actually start working on this. So for the first step, I'm going to go to my Visual Studio Code. I'm going to create a new route to handle creating new notifications. So go to src app API, and in here I'm going to create a new folder. I call this one notifications. Inside these notifications folder, I'm going to create a route.ts file. In here I'm going to say export async function post. And this is going to have a request. It's going to be of type request, and then inside this function I'm going to make use of a try catch block. When we get an error, we're just going to log the error, create notification error, return an error, fail to create notification on a status of 500. I'm just going to import this next response from next server. Then in here, we first of all going to get the session of the logged in user on sessions, because I'm going to with auth. And then I'm going to check if no session, sorry, I'm going to negate that. If no session dot user dot id, the user is not actually logged in, then we'll return this next response unauthorized with a status of 401. Then down here, we're going to structure what we're going to get from the request. I'm going to say the constant. The structure is simply equals to request.json. Okay, and we obviously have to await this. So what are we going to be passing through the request? We're going to pass the notification type, pass the receiver ID, the sender ID. Now the receiver ID is going to be the user the notification is going to be sent to. Okay, as the owner of the post or the user, the logged in user is trying to follow, okay, or followed, okay. And then the sender ID is going to be the ID of the user that's actually initiating the notification, the user that makes the action, that liked the post, commented on the post and stuff like that. And then we're going to pass the post ID. Now this post ID is going to be optional because for the follow notification, we are not going to have a post ID. We're only going to have a post ID for the comment notification and the like notification. Okay, so it's going to be optional. And then now here, I'm just going to validate the required feeds. So I'm going to say if no sender ID was passed, or if no receiver ID was passed, or if no notification type, if no type was passed. Now we don't have to check for the post ID. Remember I said that the post ID is going to be nullable, okay? So which means for the follow notification, we will not have a post ID, okay? So it's going to be optional. But the sender ID, receiver ID, and the type is always going to be required for any type of notification. And if they are not passed, if any of them are not passed, they're going to return a next response. Type, receiver ID, and sender ID are required. Then down here, we can validate the notification type and say if I create an array like comment and follow, then I'll say dot include the type. So we are checking if the notification type passed through request matches any of these, the like, comment, and follow type. Okay, now if it doesn't match, which means the notification type is invalid. So I'm going to say if it doesn't match, then we're going to return this next response, invalid notification type with the status of 400. Then down here, we're going to verify if the receiver of the notification exists, if receiver exists. Okay, down here I'm going to say const receiver is going to be equals to, I'm going to await make use of the Prisma instant Prisma dot the user model dot, I want to find a unique user, where the ID of that user in the user's model matches the receiver ID passed through the request. Then we're just going to select one field. We're going to select ID and set that to true. Okay, then down here, if we don't find a user with the receiver ID, if no receiver, then we're going to return this next response right here. Now we also have to verify if sender exists. So we also have to verify if the sender exists. So down here I'm going to say const sender going to be equals to, basically going to be equals to whatever we did here. So I'm just going to copy this and I'll paste that right here. Then instead of receiver ID, this one is going to be sender ID, like that. And for this one, I'm not just going to select the ID. I also need the name of the sender, okay? Because we have to actually display the name of the sender in the notification string, okay? Then down here, if no sender was found, if we didn't find any user in the user model that matched the sender ID, then we're going to return this next response right here, notification sender not found, the status of 404. Okay, then down here we can verify if post exists. Okay, if the user liked a post or commented a post, I want to leave a notification relating to a post, so we have to verify if the post exists. So down here I say const post. So we have to, first of all, we have to check if the post ID was sent, because we don't want to run this query right here if it's for the follow notification. So I'm going to check if post ID was passed through the request up here. Okay, so if post ID was passed through the request, then I'm going to say const post. It's going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the post model dot find a unique post where the ID of the post matches the post ID passed through the request, and then we want to select the ID, only the ID feed. Okay, then down here I want to say if no post was found, if no post, then we're going to return this next response, post not found with status of 404. Now after this right here, I'll create a variable, let's message equals to an empty string, and then we're going to make use of a switch statement, or make use of switch statement. So basically you want to make use of a switch statement to know what the notification message is going to be. Now the key is going to be the type of the notification, so I'll say type, and the first one is going to be for the case of like, okay, for where the type is equals to like. Now in that case, the message variable created up here is going to be dynamic variable sender dot, remember we got the name of the sender dot name liked your post, and then we're just going to break. So the second case, I'll just copy this and drag this down. It's going to be for comment. It's going to be sender dot name commented on your post. On your post. And then the third one, I'm just going to copy and drag this down. It's going to be for follow. Then this is going to be sender.name started following you. Okay, so before we create the notification, if it's a like notification, we're going to send the notification message to sender.name. That's if it's John, if the user that actually liked your post is John liked your post. Then also if John commented on your post, you're going to say John commented on your post if it's a comment notification. And then if it's a follow notification, you're going to say John started following you. Okay, and then we can get rid of this default right here. Great. So next, what we're going to do right here, we're going to check for duplicate notifications. Okay, because if for example now someone creates a post and the user liked that post, and then the user comes back, unlikes the post and likes the post again, we don't want to send the notification to the user that created the post twice, that the user liked the post then like the post again. Okay, so we only want to send notifications to a user when a user liked the post for the first time. Okay, that's what we want to do, and this is going to help us prevent duplicate notification for the like and also for the follow. Okay, because some users can be crazy, they can be playing with the like button. Okay, so we have to prevent that duplicate notification from spamming the owner of the post with notifications. Okay, so what we are going to do is that we only want to do this for the like and the follow notification, because obviously anytime a comment is added to a post, we want to send a notification to the user that owns the post. So I want to say if the notification type is equivalent to like, or the type is equivalent to follow, that's only when we want to run this check. So in here, I'm going to check for existing notification for the like and follow. So I'll say const existing notification is going to be equals to our await Prisma.notification model dot find first, where we want to look for the exact notification. So where the type is equals to the type, the receiver ID passed through the request matches the receiver ID on the notification. The sender ID passed through the request matches the sender ID on the notification. And then we also want to check for when the post ID. Now, remember that for the follow notification, there will be no post ID in the record. We say where post ID, we check if the type is equivalent to like. Now, if it's like, we're going to check for the post ID. S is going to be null. Okay, because if you want to fetch the notification for the follow, the post ID is going to be null. Okay, so we're going to check. But if you are fetching for the like, it's going to be the post ID. Okay, so I see where post ID is equals to post ID if the type is like, or where post ID is equals to null if the type is follow. And then also we created that is greater than or equals to new date, passing the date dot now function minus 24 hours times 60 times 60 times 1000 milliseconds. So basically what we are doing is that checking for the like for the last 24 hours. Okay, so before if for example now the user liked the user's post and unlike and like again immediately within the last 24 hours, we are not going to push a notification. So we're going to check if that notification is within the last 24 hours. Okay, but if the notification has exceeded 24 hours, then we can push a new notification. For example, now I liked someone's post today, then I unlike and like again 2 days from now, then we obviously want to push a notification to the user that created a post that we liked their post. Okay, then down here I can check if existing notification, then we're going to return a next response.json where message is going to be notification already exists, and then I'll set duplicate. I'll just create a valid duplicate. I'll set it to true. Okay, then now if the notification does not exist within the last 24 hours, we can actually create a new notification. So I'm going to say await Prisma dot notification model dot, I'm going to create a new notification data. We're going to pass in the type, the message, the receiver ID, the sender ID, and then we'll set the post ID. Now, if the post ID was passed through the request, there's going to be post ID. Okay. As for the following notification, is going to be null. After we create the notification, then down here, we're just going to return a next response.json, set success to true, and then status to 201. Okay, so now we have the route to create a new notification when we actually like a post, follow a user, and also comment on a post. Okay, so you can create a service function to actually make a request to this route. So I'll go to services, then I'll create a new file, notification .ts. In here, I'm going to create a function, export function creates notification. Now, anytime we call this function, we're going to pass an argument. I'll call it notification data, and I have to create a type for this. So I'll go to the types folder. I'll create a new file, notification.ts, and these are the type we're going to need for this notification. We're going to have a type for the notification data, and they're also going to have a type for the notification itself. Okay, great. So in here, I'll just save this. So in here, we can actually call a type. See, this notification data is going to be of type notification data. So I'll just get that from the types. Okay, then inside this function, I'm simply going to say as use dot, I'll make a post request to the route we just created. It's going to be /API /notifications. I think that's the name of the route, SRC app API. Yeah, notifications. And then I'll pass the notification data we are passing to the function. Okay, now we're not going to await for the data. So I'll say dot catch if we get an error. I'm going to say error. I'm going to console.log error creating notification. And then I just pass the error. Now, the reason we are not making use of async and await is because we don't want to wait for this notification. Now, if we like a post or comment a post and actually fire this notification, we have to wait for the like and comments to actually process, and then we have to wait for the notification to process, which is going to actually slow down our application. So what we want to do right here is we want to do fire and forget. We want to fire this request and don't wait for the response, okay? Which means if it fails, then our notification is not going to be created and it's not going to actually break our application, okay? So what we are going to do, we're going to add a timeout. So if it fails within 7 seconds, then the request is just going to time out. So set this timeout to 7 seconds, okay? So now we have the function we need to actually create a new notification. So we can actually make use of this function. Now, to fire a notification, we can actually go to the, I'll just first of all make a notification for the follow. Right here, we have this follow user. Now, after following a user, we can send a notification right here. I'll just take this because we need the response. So up here, I'm just going to paste that up here. And instead of returning this response of data, I'm going to say const data is going to be equals to response dot data. And then we can check if data dot success. So what we are simply checking is that if the user was followed successfully. So when we go to our, where is that follow route? Go to users, follow routes.ts. Now, when we are successful in following a user, we are returning a success right here called true, okay? So we are checking if the success is true. If we were successful in following a user, that's what we are checking right here. So say if data.success, then we also check if the auth user is not equal to user.id, because we don't want to send notification to a user, okay? We don't want to send a notification to the user that is actually triggering the notification. That's why we are checking if the authenticated user ID is not equals to the user ID you are sending notification to. And this is highly unlikely, but it's just an additional check. Then in here we can call the create notification function, service function we created, and you want to pass in the type. The type is going to be follow, and we are getting those auto completion because inside this notification.ts type we already specified the notification type is going to be like, comment, or follow, okay? So that's why we're getting the auto completion. Then the type is going to be follow. Then the receiver ID, that is the user that is going to receive the notification, is going to be the user ID we are passing to this function, and then the sender ID is going to be the auth user, the authenticated user ID, like that. And then down here you can simply just return response.data. I'll return the data, basically the same thing. I'll just format this. So let's actually test this out. So I'll open up my terminal, then I'm going to run npm run dev to start up my server again. Go back to the web page, and now we're going to click on this user right here. I'll click on this user, and then I'm just going to click on follow. Okay, now that's going to run the follow request, and it's going to actually follow that user. You can see right now following 2 users right here, and this one has 1 followers. Okay, so to actually check if this notification was created, we have to go to our Prisma Studio. So I'm just going to open up my terminal again. Then I'll create a new terminal. I'll say npm Prisma Studio. Click on enter. Now it's going to open up Prisma Studio. Just cancel this, and then we'll go to notification. You can see obviously we have 1 notification right here, okay? And you can see right now the type of notification is going to be follow notification. You can see John started following, and when we click on this, you can see John started following you. Okay, great. And then you can see it's read is false because the owner of this notification has not actually read the notification. And then you see the receiver ID right here, and also the sender ID of the notification. And then the post ID is null because this is the notification is associated with the follow. So you know what we're going to do? We're actually going to do the same thing for the like and the comment. So I'm going to go back there. I'm just going to close this up for now, and then I'll just close this terminal, and then I'll go to the like.ts service file. Now when we like a post, we want to send a notification here too. So up here I'm going to say const data is going to be equals to response.data, and then down here I'm going to check if data.success and we have to check if from the like route we're actually returning a success response. So I'll go to, where is that like route.ts, and right here we're going to check if after liking a post, if you are returning a success. I can see success true. Okay, and also you can see right here that after liking a post, we are returning the author of the post. Okay, so from the like service function, we can actually access this post ID from the response. Okay, so inside this like.ts, we can say if the data dot this post author ID from the response as the author of the post that the user are trying to send it, push the notification to, if data dot author ID is not equal to the like data dot user ID that is actually liking the post, then we're going to create the notification. So down here I'm going to create notification, and in here we're passing a type which is going to be of type like. The receiver ID is going to be data dot the post author ID. Okay, so I'll copy this and I'll paste this right here, and then the sender ID is going to be like data dot user ID as the user that is liking the post. And then for the like notification, it's actually associated with a post because it's a post that the user is actually trying to like. So you have to pass the post ID, which is going to be like data dot post ID. Okay, and then down here we just return response dot data as usual. And up here I'm just going to check if data dot sources, and also check if the data dot post ID is passed through the request, is passed through the response. Okay, so if data dot sources and also data dot post ID is passed through the response, so we only want to run this if we have the sources and also the post author ID. Okay, and check if the post author ID is not equals to the like data dot user ID. Now this check is important because if a user liked their own post, we obviously don't want to send a notification to that user that, hey, you liked your post, you liked your post, you understand? So we only want to push a notification to a user if other people like their post. Okay, so that's why we are doing this check. If data.post ID is not equals to like data.user ID, then we're going to create a new notification. I'll save that. Now let's actually test this out. So I'll just go back to the web page. I'll go back there. I'll go back to the home page. Now this post right now that we are seeing right now belongs to other users, not to the logged in user. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to unlike this, and then I'm just going to like this. A notification is going to be created for this. Also like this again. A notification is going to be created for this too. Okay, so now let's actually run npx Prisma Studio again. Now you have to say npx Prisma Studio. I'll click on enter, and when npx Prisma Studio runs, we actually get the like notification. John Doe liked your post. John Doe liked your post. Great. So now when I unlike and like those similar posts, when I unlike, I'm going to unlike this, and then I'm going to like it again. Now when I go to Prisma Studio and actually refresh, I'm going to notice that we are not going to get another like. Okay, that's why we checked for duplicate. When I refresh, see, when I refresh, we don't get any additional like. That's why I checked for duplicate. So the user is going to get a notification again if the user unlike this and like after 24 hours. Okay, so finally we're going to work on the notification for the comments. So I'll just close this. Then for the comment notification, I'm going to go to the comment.ts where we are creating new comments. This service function where we are creating new comments. This is where we're going to try to create the notification. So down here in between these right here. So up here I'm going to say const data is going to be equal to response dot data. Then down here we are basically doing the same thing we did in the like service function. We have to check if we are passing the post author ID and also the sources from the route. Okay, so I go to comment, go to route.ts, then post right here where we are creating a new comment. The response is included. We included the post author ID and also the sources as true. Okay, so we're just going to get what we did here. I'll just wrap this up and I'll just copy this, and then I'm just going to paste that right here. Okay, it's basically the same thing. So I'm just going to get the notification, from notification. Now instead of like data, this one is going to be commit data. Okay, and then we have to change this to commit. The type is going to be of type commit, and then you will just return response to data or return the data, whatever you want to do. And then okay, so now we have the notification for the comment. So let's actually test this out. So I'll save this. I'll go back to the web page, go back to our application, and just try to comment on this post right here. Click on this post. Say this is a nice post. I'll click on post comment. Then we get the comment right here, and the comment count increases to 1. Okay, now we should see a notification in our Prisma Studio. So I'm just going to run npx Prisma Studio again. Npx Prisma Studio, click on enter, and we actually get the notification right here. John Doe commented on your post. You can see it right here. Okay, now let's actually add another comment. I can say very nice post. I click on post comments, and we get another comment. Now when we go to Prisma Studio and then we just refresh, you're going to notice that we're going to get another notification. Remember that we are not preventing duplicate notification for the comments. Okay, so a user can have, which means a user can send multiple notifications on a comment. So anytime a user comments on the post, we are sending notification regardless of if the first one was created within the last 24 hours. Great. So now we have the functionality to actually create notifications in this application. So next, what we want to do is I want to fetch the notifications of the logged in user. Okay, so that user can actually see all your notifications in your notifications page. So I'm going to create a route for that. So I'll go back to that notification route we created, this route right here. I'll wrap this up. I'll just wrap this up. Then down here, I'm going to say export async function, a get request. In here, I'm going to make it a try catch block. Then if we get an error, I'm going to render this console.error get notifications error with the error. Then I'm going to return the next response, internal server error on the status of 500. Then in here, we're going to get a session of the user. So I'll make use of this one right here. I'll just copy this, I'll wrap this up. Then I'm just going to paste that in here. We get the session of the user, and if there's no session, we're going to return a next response. We return the next response unauthorized with status of 401. Then down here, I can say const notifications is equals to, I want to await Prisma dot the notification model dot, I want to find many where the receiver of the notification, where the receiver ID matches the session dot user dot ID. Okay, so we are basically getting the notifications of the logged in user. Then we're going to include, remember that the notification model has a relationship with the post model. Okay, I'll go back to that schema.prisma. Remember that the notification model has a relationship with the user model. Okay, for the user ID, for the sender ID, the relationship is going to be the sender, while for the receiver ID, the relationship is going to be receiver. Okay, which means we can access the user that triggers the notification, that actually made the action, that created the notification, that liked a post or commented a post, and also we can actually access the user that the notification was actually sent to. Okay, so right here I want to include the sender, the details of the sender, the user that actually triggered the notification. I'm going to select the ID feed of that sender, I'll set that to true. The image of that user, I'll set that to true. And then the username of that user, I'll set that to true. Okay. And then after that, I want to also include the post. Now, this is going to be included for if the notification has a post ID. Okay, but for the following notification, we're obviously not going to have a post. So include the post. I want to select the ID field, I'll set that to true. The text field, I'll set that to true. And also the image field, I'll set that to true too. And then down here, We're going to order by created at descending order. Then I just want to take the first 10 notification. Okay. Then after that, I want to return a next response.json and just pass the notification object in there. And then we can also pass a status of 200 that the response was actually okay. Okay, format this. So now we have the route we need to actually fetch the notifications of a logged in user. So let's just create a service function to actually make a request to this route. I'll go to services, go to notification.ts, then down here I want to say export function, async function get notifications. Now this function is going to return a promise. It's going to be of type notification. Okay, so I'm going to get that from the tabs folder we created. We're going to get notification from the same file we calls our notification data. Okay, and remember that this is going to be an array of different notification objects. We have to specify that this is going to be an array right here. And then inside the function, we can make use of a try catch block. If we get an error, we're going to check if it's an answers error, and then we're going to throw the error. Else, we're just going to throw the error. Okay. And then inside this try block, we're going to make a request to the route response. It's going to be custom with Axios. Make a get request to the route we just created. It's going to be /API/notifications. Okay, and then down here you can simply just return response to the data from the response. Great. So now we have the function we need to actually fetch the notification of a logged in user. Let's just create a query to use this function. Go to custom hooks. I'm going to create a new file called use notification.ts. In here, I'm going to say export function use get notifications. Now this is simply going to return a use query, and here I'm going to specify the query function. It's going to be the service function we just created. It's going to be get notifications, import that in, and then we have to specify the query key. It's going to be notifications, and then I'm going to set a still time of 30 times 60 times 1000, which is basically 30 minutes. Okay, so now that we have this query, we can actually make use of this query inside the notification page. And I don't think we've created a page for our notifications. I'll go to src app protected, and we don't have a page for notifications. So let's create that. I'll create a new page, notifications. Then I'm going to create a page.tsx file, page.tsx. Okay, rfc, and this is just going to say notification page. Okay, great. I'll save that. So I go back to the web page. I'll just click on this right here. It's going to be notifications. I'll go to that page, and we're actually at the page right here, notifications page. Okay, now let's actually create a UI for this. First, I'm going to create a notifications component that we're just going to return right here. Okay, so I'll go to my components folder, src components. I'll create a new folder, notification. Then I'm going to create a notification component, notification.tsx, and this is going to say rfc, just going to return notification right here. Then inside this page of tsx, instead of returning this div, we're just going to return the notifications component. I'll say notifications. We're going to get that from components notifications. Great. And then we'll go back to the web page. We actually get a notification component right here. So now we're going to create the UI for the notification. So I'll go to notifications right here. I'll just start working on the UI. Inside this div, I'm going to add some Tailwind classes to this. Display of flex, items of center, justify, between, padding of 4, bg dark of 2. On hover, we'll give this a bg dark of 3. I'll give it a rounded of XL, and then I'll give it a transition. Okay, inside this div, we'll create another div in here. This is going to have a Tailwind class of flex, items of center, and a gap of 3. In here, we'll create another div. Inside this div, we're going to have an image in here. The SRC of the image. For now, we'll just make use of the default image using the / images / what did we call that in the public folder? Public images / profile.png. Profile.png. I'll just import this image from next image. And then the auth test is going to be profile pic. I'll give it a fill. Add some Tailwind classes to this image. Width of full, height of full, object of cover. And then also add some Tailwind classes to this div that wraps around the image components. A width of thin, a height of thin, a rounded of full, and overflow. I'll give it hidden. I'll save that, check out the output, and we see the component we are creating, but we don't see the image, so I'll just check. Auth profile pic images / profile.png. Oh, it's profile.jpg, profile.jpg. Okay, and the image is really large. Okay, I think that's because we've not added a position of relative to the container that wraps around this image tag. Okay, now we gave it a position, a field property, so we have to give this a position of relative. Okay, that should actually ensure that it's actually inside that component. Great, and we no longer need this right here, so I'll just get rid of this. We no longer need that. Great. So this avatar right here is going to be the avatar of the user that actually triggers the notification. So when the logged in user is actually viewing the notification, they're going to see the user that actually left the notification. So what we're going to do, I'm going to wrap a link around this image tag so that the user can actually click on this image to view the profile of a user that triggered a notification to them. So I'll go to that CSS right here. I'm going to change this to a link instead. So I just change this to a link tag. I'll change this to a link tag, and I just want to get link from next link, and then the href is going to be, for now I'm just going to make use of an empty string for now. Okay, we're going to actually update this later, but now when we hover on the link, you can see there's now actually a link we can actually click on. Great. So next, after this link right here, we're going to create a div, and this div is going to have a paragraph tag in there. Inside this paragraph tag, I'm going to have a link in here. And the link is simply going to be the name of the user. I'll say John. I just had to close John Doe for now. And then this ref is going to be, for now, it's going to be an empty string. I add some classes to this, some Tailwind classes to this. I'll give it a text gray of 200 and a text of XM. Then also, I'm going to add some styles to the link. I'll give this a font of medium. And on hover, I want to give this an underline. Okay, so when someone hovers on this, we want to give it an underline. I'll save that. And when we go back to the web page, you can see when we hover on this, we get that little underline on the text right there. Okay, now after the link, I'm going to have a span, and this is going to be the notification text. So I'm going to say John Doe liked your post. Okay. And then after this paragraph tag, I'm going to create another paragraph tag. This is going to be the timestamp of when the notification was created. For now, I just say 2 hours ago. I'll code that for now. Then I'll add some Tailwind classes to this. I give it a text of XX, a text gray of 500, and a margin top of 1. I'll save that, head back to the web page. I actually see the component right here, John Doe. We see the image of the user, you see the username, also we see the notification, John Doe liked your post. But the username of the user is too close to the text right here. So basically, I just get rid of this username because we already have the image of the user, okay? So then click on the image to view the user's profile. So I'll get rid of this right here. I just get rid of that, okay? Now we're just gonna have the text right there. We can have John Doe liked your post. Great. So now what I want to do is, and this one is going to be optional for when the notification has a post ID or not. So I want to display the image of the post. That's if the post has an image, display the image of the post that's associated with the notification right here, okay? So after this div right here, I'm just going to wrap this up. I'm going to create another div down here. I give this a Tailwind class of width of thin, height of thin, rounded of LG, BG dark of 4, and overflow of hidden. Okay, and you're going to have an image component. So I just copy this one right here, copy this one right here, then I just paste that inside this div right here. Okay, and let's not forget to actually pass the relative right here. Okay, I head back to the web page. I will actually get the image right here. Now this is only going to be rendered when the notification is related to like or comment, and also when the post in question has an image or a thumbnail, whatever I want to call it. So now we have the notification component. We can actually fetch our notifications from the server. Now obviously this user we are logged in with doesn't have any notification because we've been liking and commenting on posts with this user. Okay, so this user has been the sender of notification. He has been triggering notifications being sent to other users. Okay, the user has been firing notifications to this user right here, Egbo Emmanuel at Egbon Tech. Okay, and the user we actually logged in at right now is at John. Okay, though the name is Egbo Emmanuel, but the username is at John, and it's different from this other user right here. This other user is the one we've actually been triggering, firing notifications to. Okay, so now you have to log in with this user right here. Okay, so I'll log out this current user, can log out, and then right here I'm going to log in the other user, Egbon at gmail.com, then password, click on sign in, and we've actually sent in this user. Okay, great. And you can see that the user actually has some suggestions of users to actually follow. Great. So now this user obviously has notification because this other user has been actually liking and commenting on the post of this logged in user. So let's actually fetch the notifications of this user. So to do that, I'm going to go to the notification page. Now, since we want to make use of the custom hook we create, you have to convert this page to a client component. So up here, I'm going to say use client. Since I'm not writing any server code in here, I can make this a client component. And then up here, I'm going to say cons of the structure of what we're going to get is going to be equals to use gets notifications. And then in here, I'm going to structure out the data. It's loading, and also with the structure out, there is error and the error like that. And then down here, you're going to do some checks. If it's loading, then we're just going to return. For now, we're going to work on the skeleton later on. Return the paragraph tag that's going to say loading. Then we're going to add some Tailwind classes to this. So give it a test grade of 300, and then if there's an error, just drag this down. Then so we're going to check if we get an error from the query, then we're just going to export that error right here, the error dot the message from that error. Great. So simply I'm just going to log the data to the console.log the data. Okay, I'll save that. I head to the browser. I'll go to notification page. We're going to get loading. Then when the data is resolved, then you can actually show our component. And we can actually see our component right here. Great. So I just go to the console and see what we get from the request. We have an object right here. So I just open this up and we actually get how many notification? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This user has 5 unread notification. I won't scroll. You can see right now that type comment, like, follow. Then the notification message and also is read is obviously false because this user has not read the notification. Great. So now before we map through a notification, we're going to render a UI that's going to be shown to the user when the notification is actually 0. Okay, when the user doesn't have a notification. Now, this is going to be similar with what we did in the like post page. So I'm going to copy that UI, which is going to be, I'll just go to that like post components, which is going to be this right here. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this right here. Then I'll go to the notifications page. Then down here, I'm going to just place this right here. Okay, now instead of liked post.length, we're going to rename our data notifications, and then we just copy these notifications, and then we're just going to paste that right here, and now we can get rid of this log statement right here. Okay, and obviously you have to make use of optional chain because this could be actually undefined. Instead of this fat icon, we're going to have md notifications active. Okay, and then this is not going to be no liked post here. This is going to be no notifications, and then this is not going to be post you like will appear here. Just get rid of this right here. Instead, this is going to be you don't have any notifications here. Your notifications will be displayed here. Okay, I'll save that. Now obviously when we go back to the web page, we're not going to see that because this user obviously has notifications. So the notifications.length is not equivalent to 0. So for now, I'm just going to say this is going for if this is true. If the condition is true, then I want to render this, and we can actually see that right here. No notifications. You don't have any notifications yet. Your notifications will be displayed here. Great. I'll just go back. Now we can actually now map through the notification array. So down here, I'm going to make use of an empty fragment. Then in here, I'm going to say notifications.map. Every time we map through notifications array, we're going to call each of them a notification. And then we're going to return this notification component right here. Okay, just paste that in here. I'll format this, and then I'm going to pass in a key, which I'm going to call notification.id. Okay, now this notification component is going to take a notification object. So I'll just go to the notification. I'm going to say this is going to take a notification object. I'll say notification. It's going to be of type. It's going to be of type notification. I'm going to get that from the types folder. Okay, from the types we created, types notification. Now this obviously is going to conflict with our component name, so we're going to import notification as notification type. Okay, and then down here we're going to say this is going to be notification type like that, and then we just the structure have the notification, and obviously I'll format this. Obviously we have to pass the notification object to this as a prop anytime we call the component. So right here we were actually creating this, we're actually calling this component. I'm going to say notification is going to be equals to the notification like that. Just format this too. Great. So now I have access to the notification inside this component right here. So first of all, let's actually make use of it. First of all, the image src is going to be notification.sender dot the image of the sender. S is going to be /images/avatar.png. Okay, then the notification text is going to be notification.message. Okay, the message of the notification, and then obviously we're going to actually use moments here to output the date of the notification. So I'll say moment notification dot created at then dot from now function. Okay, and then down here we're going to output, and this is only going to be rendered if the notification has a post ID. So down here what we're going to do, I'm going to say notification dot post dot image. So what you're basically doing, you are checking if there's a post image. Okay, so if there's a post image, if the post is associated with the notification, first of all, if the notification is associated with any post, and also if the post has an image, then we want to render this image right here. Okay, so I'll just cut this and I'll paste that in here. Okay, and then the SRC is going to be equals to notification dot post dot image, like that. So I'll save that and head back to the web page, and we get an error. Notifications.map is not a function. Okay, this is just based on the structure in which our data is coming. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to log the data again. So in this notifications page, I'm just going to log the data again. So console.log notifications. Okay, I'll save that, head back to the web page. I'll just go to the console, so we'll see the structure in which our data has been put from the API. Okay, yeah, you see right here that our data is inside an object called notification. So what we are going to do is that I'm going to go to the service file. Where is that service file? I'll go to that services file. Now, instead of us returning response.data, I'm going to return response.data dot notifications. Okay, that way we just access the object when we're actually returning it. So when I head back to the web page, I just refresh, refresh, and you can see we get the array directly. Okay, it's no longer inside a notifications object. Okay, so we can actually now map through the array like this. So right here, you can see right now that we now actually have the notifications right here. And you can see right now this one has one image, because this one is actually related to a post, and the post has an image. Okay, while these ones don't. And these are too close to each other, so I'm going to add a margin to them. So I'll go to, where is that notification component? I'll go to that notification component. Right here, I'll just give them a margin vertical of 3. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and this actually looks way better. And also we'll go to small screen device. Looks really good. Okay, so now we have the notification. The user can actually see their notifications. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to just update the length of this image and also this post image right here. Okay, so I'll go back to the code. I'll just go to, first of all, start with the post image, the SRC. First of all, change this div to a link, and also I'll change this corresponding div to a link, and then the href is going to be equals to /post / remember that the post view page, the heart is dynamic, so you have to pass in the post ID, which is going to be notification dot post dot the ID of the post. Okay, so we're going to do the same thing for the user avatar. So right here, this link right here, we're going to want to pass in a URL. Now this is going to be / is it user or users? Let me check. I'll go to SRC app protected / users. Then inside that users folder, we're going to have the dynamic routes in there. So / users / passing the dynamic username, so notification dot the author, sorry, not author, dot sender dot the username of the sender. Okay, so I'll save that. Now I'm going to go back to the web page. Now when I click on this image right here, it's going to take me to the profile user that triggered this notification that was pushed to the logged in user. So I click on this. It's going to bring us to the profile of that user. Okay, and we can actually decide to follow that user. So I'm just going to go back, and then also going to click on this one right here. It's going to take us to the post view page of that particular post the user actually liked. Okay, you can see the post the user actually liked. This last night show was a blast. Great. So I'll just go back to the notification page. Now, you know what we're going to do? We're going to add another paragraph tag for the post text. Okay, because we can only view the post if the post actually has an image. So I just want to add post part of the post right here. Okay, so I just go back to this place right here. I'll go underneath this message right here. I'll create another paragraph tag. Now I only want to render this if notification dot post.text. Okay, if the notification has a text, only they don't want to render this paragraph tag, so I'll just cut that and I'll paste that in here. Okay, and the paragraph tag is simply just going to output notification dot post dot the text of the post. There are some Tailwind classes to this. I'll just make use of a link because I want this to be clickable, so I'll just use a link instead. Just in case the post doesn't have an image, you can actually view the post too. So right here, I add an href, which is going to go to /post / the dynamic URL notification dot post dot the ID of the post. I'll give this a text gray of 400 and a text of XM. I'll save that. And also on hover, I just want it to have an underline. Okay, great. So we'll go back to the web page and you can see this actually looks better. Now we can actually see the post, the text of the post that the user actually commented or liked. Okay, but for the following notification, we don't see anything because it's not related to any post. And you can see right here, when you hover on this, you can actually click on this to actually view the post. This is a new post. You see the post text right here. The last time show was a blast. You can see the text right here. Great. Now what we want to do is that you're going to notice that if this post has a very long caption, for example, now let's just say if this post was something like this, I'll just use the first I use ORM. If this post was something like this, and we'll go back to the web page, you're going to notice that the notification component will start to squish because the post caption is too long. What we are going to do, I'm going to write a function to actually clip the notification text in case it's too long. So I just go back and I'm going to create a function up here. Up here, I'll create a function const hit text equals to an arrow function. And this function is going to take two arguments. It's going to take the text, which is going to be of type string, and also it's going to take a maximum length, because you can actually set the maximum length you want to actually see for the string. Okay, so set a maximum length property, which is going to be a number, and it's going to default to 100. Okay, in case the maximum length is not passed, it's going to default to 100. And then in here, we first going to check if a test was passed. So if no test, then we just want to break this right here. We just return. Okay, and then we can check if test.length is less than or equals to the maximum length. Now if that's true, we're just going to return the original text. Okay, so basically if the text is no longer than this 100, this maximum length of 100, you will just return the original text. Okay, as down here, I'm going to return the text.substring 0, cut it from 0 to the maximum length, and then we're going to concatenate it with this string ... Okay, great. I'll save that. Now all we can do right here now is that we're just going to take this right here, then I just call the truncate text function, and then I'll pass in the text in there. So you have to pass this in as a string. I'll pass it in there, and then we can pass the maximum length. Okay, I can say, let me just use 10. You guys actually see what this maximum length is going to do. So when we go back to the web page, you can see right here that it actually cuts off right here. Okay, then it shows that ... that there's actually more of the text. Now if we increase this to 30, you're going to notice that the amount of text you're going to see actually going to increase. Okay, but for sweet spot, I'll just make this 60. Okay, this actually wants it to be 60. This is actually way better. When we go to mobile, this looks really good. So we're not going to be having this string in here. We're obviously going to have our notification dot post dot the text from the post. Okay, so I'll save that, head back to the web page, and based on the fact that these ones are not greater than 60, they are not greater than 60, then you are going to see the full text. Okay, and also the reason we actually did this default value right here is that if we call it, we can call this truncate text and not pass any value to actually truncate it. It's going to make use of that 100. Okay, Great. Just go back. So now that we are done actually listing out the notifications right here, we fetch the notification and list them out. So now we want to fetch the on-read notification count, actually display that up here. Okay, so let's do that. So I'll create a what for that. I'll go to src app API. Inside this notification, I'm going to create a new folder called on-read counts. In here, I'm going to create a route.ts or create a route. I'm going to say export async function get. I'm making use of a try catch block. If it shows an error, we're going to actually handle the error, get on-read count error, and then we console.error, get on-read count error, and then return next response for it to fetch on-read count and with the status of 500. I'm going to get next response from next server. And then inside the try, first of all, we're going to check if the user is not authenticated. Say concession, because I'm going to with auth. I get auth from the auth.ts file. I'm going to say if no session.user.id, then we're going to return a next response unauthorized, the status of 401. Then down here, we can count on-read notifications for the logged in user or authenticated user. So I'm going to say const on-read count is going to be equals to, I'm going to with Prisma dot the notification model dot count where the receiver ID as the user that is receiving the notification is equal to session.user.id. Okay, and the is read is false. Okay, so we want to really fetch the count of the notifications that are actually unread. And then down here, we're just going to return the next response.json with the unread count like that. So I'll just format this. So now that we have the routes to actually fetch the unread notification count, we can actually make use of this route. Okay, so we're going to be making use of this route inside the navbar. Okay, so I'll go to the navbar component. I'll go to src component general. I'll go to navbar.tsx. Now right here, this is where we're going to actually make use of it, but we're going to create a separate component for it first. So I'll just go to notification. I'll create a new component, notification counts.tsx rfc. And this component is simply just going to return a div that's going to have, I just use a random number here, I just use 2. Then I'm going to add some tailwind classes to this. I'll give it a position of absolute, a negative top of 3, a negative right of 3, a text of xx, a background of pink 700, a width of 5, a height of 5, a rounded of full, a font of semi-bold, display, I'll give it grid, place items, center, and finally give it a text of white. Okay, and now we have the component right here, so we just have to make use of that component inside this navbar.txs. Now we only want to render this notification count component when this right here, when the href is equal to /notification. So I just copy this, and now I'm going to check if link.href is equivalent to /notifications. Only then do we want to render the notification count component. Okay, I'll save that. Now when we head back to the web page, you actually see the notification count component right here too. Let's actually fetch the unread notification inside this notification count. Now, we are going to be fetching this in a different way. We're not going to make use of React query to actually fetch it. We're going to fetch this the traditional way of fetching data. And the reason we want to do this is because we are going to actually use pusher to update the count later on. Okay, so we don't want to cache it anyway. So we don't want to cache the data. We want to actually fetch the data using the use effect hook, which is the traditional way of fetching data in a React application. So up here, I'm going to create a state const notification count, then set notification count. It's going to be equals to use state. Okay, and by default this is going to be 0. And then down here I'm going to create a use effect hook to actually fetch the data, because we are going to make use of a side effect. Remember that we want to make use of side effect in a React application. We make use of the use effect hook. We want to perform side effect. In here, first of all, we're going to check if the user is authenticated. We don't want to actually fetch this when the user is not authenticated. So I'm going to get the session. I'll say const session. It's going to be equals to use session. Okay. And then I can say const user ID is going to be equals to session dot data dot user dot the ID of that user. And then before we actually make the request, we're going to check if no user ID. So if there's no user ID, we simply just return, break the code right here. And then down here, you can create a function const fetch initial count. It's going to be equals to, because when a user is logged in, we want to fetch the unread notifications of the user. Okay, both a user can be logged in and the user can be getting notifications when other users from using the application from another location interact with their post or follow them or like. So this is going to be the initial count. So as other people perform actions on the user's post or follow the user, the notification is actually going to be modified by pusher, okay, in real time, and it's going to actually increase, and the user will be able to see that the notification is going to increase from 2 to 3 to 4 and so on. So you just have to fetch the initial count first. It's going to be an async function. I'm going to make it a try catch block. Inside the catch, I'm going to console.error fail to fetch notification count, then pass in the error. Then inside the try, I can say const response is going to be equals to, I'm going to await asuse. I'll get asuse from asuse dot make a post request. Sorry, a get request. So /API /notifications. Hope we are getting the words correctly. I'll just check app API notifications, then /unread count, which is going to be this folder right here, unread count. Yeah, great. And then down here we're going to set the notification state to the response dot data dot the unread count from the notification. Remember when we created this route right here, we say we're going to return the unread count. Okay, so when we're actually setting the state, we're going to say the response of data dot the unread count we are getting from the server. Okay, great. And then we have to actually call this function when this component matters. So now you can say fetch initial count and just call that function. And finally, I want to pass this user ID as a dependency because we are making use of this variable in here. So I'll say user ID is going to be a dependency. Great. I'll just label this up here. This use effect is going to be to fetch initial notification unread notification counts. Okay, I'll save that. Great. So finally, all we have to do is just output the state right here, notifications counts. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we actually get 5 right here because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 unread notifications. Great. So next, we're going to work on actually marking a notification as read. Okay, but what we are going to do first is that we're going to conditionally style some of this text, okay, to know that the notification is actually read or unread. Let's do that. So I'm going to go to the notification component, notification.css right here. Now I'm going to add some styles to the post text and also the message. What I'm doing is I'm going to cut these static styles and then I want to add some dynamic styles to this. I'll paste the static styles. Then I'm going to say if notification dot is read. Notification dot is read means that if the notification has been read, okay, which means if it's true. So if it's true that the notification has been read, then I don't want to apply any dynamic styles. Else, I want to give this a font of bold. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to notice that the font of this message right here is not actually bold. That's because it's actually unread. We'll do the same thing for this post right here. So we're going to cut what we have here, the styles we have here. So I'll just cut this off. Then I want to make use of backticks. I'll paste the static styles in there. Then I want to add some dynamic styles. I'm going to say if notification dot is read, then we don't want to apply any styles, else we want to apply a font of bold. I'll save that, and that's also going to apply a font of bold to this right here. So when the notification is unread, the user can see that these ones are going to be bold. So immediately the user actually opens the notification, we're going to actually send a request to update the notification, okay? And then it's going to change to the normal font, okay? So first we're going to create a route to handle marking notification as read. So I'll just go to SRC app API notifications. Then inside this route.ts file, I'm going to create another route. So down here, I'm going to say export async function patch. This is going to be a patch request. I'll make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch, we're going to have this right here, console.error, mark all notification read as read error. Passing the error, then fail to mark on notification as read with the status of 500. Then inside the try, first of all, we're going to get the logged in user session. So I'll just copy this one right here. Just copy this. Then I'll just paste that in here. Okay, we're going to get a login user session. If no session.user ID, we're going to return a response error unauthorized on the status of 401. Then down here, we can mark all notifications as read. Okay, I'm going to await Prisma dot the notification model dot update many where the receiver ID matches the logged in user ID, which is going to be session.user.id, and the is read is false. Okay, we simply just want to update the data I want to update is going to be is read. I want to set is read to true. Okay, so I want to set all the unread. When this request is fired, I want to set all the unread notifications to true. Okay, so basically the way it's going to work is that if a user opens the notification page, the user is obviously going to see all the notifications, so we can mark all the unread notifications as true. Okay, and then down here we're just going to return a next response.json success through, and then the message or notification marked as read. Okay, I'll save that. So now we have the route we need to mark a notification as read. So we just have to create a service function to make a request to this route right here. So go to services folder, go to services, I go to notification.ts. Then down here, I create a function export async function mark or notifications as read. Make use of a try catch block. Inside the catch, we're just going to do what we did here. So just copy this, paste that in here. Then inside the try block, we can simply say const response is going to be equals. I'm going to await make a patch request to the route we just created, which is going to be /API/notifications. Then now we're going to return response.data like that. I'll save that. I'll also format this. So now we have the service function we need to actually make a request to that route we just created. We're just going to create a mutation to send this request, and also I'm going to update this to face to mark on notifications as read. And I go to custom hooks, I go to use notification, then down here I'm going to say export function use mark or notifications as read. And then simply just going to return a use mutation. The mutation function is going to be the service function we just created, which is going to be mark all notification as read. I just use a lowercase over there. I just go back. Instead of uppercase M, I use a lowercase m. Then right here, you can just call that mark all notifications as read. Then on sources, I'm going to actually invalidate some queries. So up here, I'm going to say const query client. I'll create a new query client instance. This will be equal to use query client. Okay. Then inside this on success function, I'm going to say query client dot. I want to invalidate a query, passing the query key. Now, what query do we want to actually invalidate is going to be the notifications query right here. Okay, so I just copy this and I paste that right here. So after we actually mark a notification as well, we're going to actually invalidate the query to actually show the user that the notification has been read, give them a feedback. Okay, now since it's going to be marking all the notifications at once, we don't have to place it in each of the notification components. We can actually place this in the notifications page. Okay, so I'll go to that notifications page. I'll go to SRC app protected notifications page.tss. Now in here, we can just get rid of this log statement. In here, we can actually make use of that hook we just created. Okay, now how do we fire this hook? We want to fire this hook when this component mounts. Okay, it's basically going to be a side effect, like what we did when we actually fetch the orange notifications count. Okay, so to do side effect, we're going to make use of a use effect hook, and this whatever code we write inside this hook is going to run when this component mounts for the first time. Okay, and then up here I want to say const. I want to structure what we're going to get is going to be equals to use mark notification all notifications as read. Now since this is going to return a mutation, we're going to have access to mutate. I'm going to rename this mark all notification as read, and this is going to be very long mutation. Okay, mark all notification as read mutation. Okay, so I just copy this right here. Then down here, we only want to fire this mutation when this component mounts for the first time. So in here, I'm just going to paste that right here. So mark all notifications as read, and then we just pass it as a dependency. Now what's going to happen is that anytime this component mounts, this notification page mounts, it's going to actually run this effect right here. Okay, it's going to mark all the notifications as read. Okay, so if you have 2 notifications that are on red, they become red. Okay, and if you have 10 or more that are on red, they become red. I'll save that. Now let's actually test this out. Remember that when we go to the notification page, we're going to mark it as read, and also inside this use notification, after it's marked as read, it's going to invalidate the notifications, which means we're going to see that the notification has been read. So I just go back there. You can see right now, immediately we come back here, you can see right now all the notifications are now marked as read. Okay, but right here we still have 5 unread count right here. That's because we are fetching this using the use effect. We're not using React query, so we cannot invalidate this. But you don't have to worry. We're going to use pusher to actually update this too. But when we refresh, I'm going to notice that this is now actually 0. Okay, and we don't want to actually display the badge when it's 0, so let's actually handle that. And that's pretty simple. I'm going to go to the notification count component. Where is that component? I'll go to components, I'll go to notification, I'll go to notification count, And then right up here, we can say if the notification count is equivalent to 0, then we're just going to return null. Okay, don't return any component, return null. Now we'll go back. You're going to see that when it's 0, we don't actually return anything up here. Great. So finally, for the notification functionality, what we want to do, we want to actually update the notification in real time. So we're going to make use of pusher for the real time notification feature. So we have to actually set up pusher. So I'm going to head over to pusher.com. Okay, now it's actually free to actually create a new account on Pusher. Now, if you not create a new account, you're going to click on sign up and actually set up your new account. I already have an account with Pusher, so you click on sign in. Now, after successful login, you're going to be brought to this dashboard right here. You're going to see all the projects you already have. Right now, I have one project, social media app. And if this is your first time using Pusher, you're not going to see any project right here. Okay. Now, let's create another project. So I'll click on manage. Then I want to click on create app. Now I'm going to call this app social app Egbon thick. Okay. And then I'll select a cluster. I'm going to select somewhere that's actually closer to me. In this case, I think Europe is actually closer to me. I'll click on Europe. Then I'll select my front end. My front end is going to be, since no Next.js, I'll just pick React. Then I'll click on create app. And it's going to create a new app for us, a new pusher app for us. And then the most important thing for us right here is the app keys. So we're going to go to the app keys. Now this is the most important DTS we need from this dashboard. Okay, now don't use my own credentials. Just create your account or sign in and create your own project and actually have your own credentials. Okay, because when I'm done with this video, I'm obviously going to delete this project. Okay, so let's actually set up these credentials in our env file. So I'm going to go to .env, go to .env, and we're going to have two. First of all, we're going to have for the pusher server, and then we're going to have another one for the pusher client. Okay, so for the pusher server, the first one is going to be pusher app ID is going to be equals to, for now I'll leave that empty. Second one is going to be pusher secrets, and then we're going to have the pusher cluster. Okay, and then for the clients, we're going to have the next public pusher key, and then we're going to have the next public pusher cluster. Okay, so let's actually fill this up. So I'm going to go back to that dashboard. I'm going to copy the app ID, which is going to be this right here. Then I just paste the app ID right here. Then we need the pusher secrets. So I'll go for the pusher secret, copy this right here. Then I'll just paste that right here. And the cluster is going to be EU. Also for the next public, the cluster is going to be EU. And finally, we're going to get the key. Okay, so I just copy the key right here, which I'm just going to paste right here. Okay, so we have the credentials we need for our pusher. Let's actually set up pusher. So we have to actually install the pusher dependencies we need. So I'm just going to open up my terminal. Then down here, I'm going to say npm. I'll clear up this terminal. npm install pusher and pusher JS, and that's going to actually install those dependencies for us. I'm going to close this back up. So let's actually set this up. I'm going to go to this lib folder right here. Go to this lib folder. I'll create another file. I'll call this pusher.ts. Okay, and here I'm going to say export const pusher server going to be equals to new pusher server. Okay, up here I'm just going to import this from pusher. I'll say import pusher server from pusher. Okay, and then in here I'll set the app ID to process.env dot whatever we have in our environment variable is going to be this right here, pusher app ID, and I'll just paste that right here. Then down here, I'm going to call the key, which is going to be process dot env dot. I want to copy the key from here, which is going to be, we'll make use of this next public pusher key, and I'll just paste that right here. Next, passing the secret is going to be process dot env dot. Copy the secrets, which is going to be pusher secrets, this environment variable right here. I'll paste that right here. And next, get the cluster, process dot env dot. I'll just copy the cluster right here, which is going to be pusher cluster. Then I'll paste that right here. And finally, I want to set TLS, use TLS to true. Okay. And we get an error. We just have to ignore this TypeScript error because this could be undefined. So we'll just tell TypeScript that these are not undefined. Okay. Great. So down here, I'm going to set this one is going to be for the server. We want to make use pusher from the server. So say pusher server. Then down here, you're going to set up pusher for the client. So say pusher client. So export const pusher client is going to be equals to new pusher client. Then up here, I'm just going to import pusher client from pusher JS. Okay, and this only needs the pusher key, so I just get rid of this curly bracket. Then here, I just say the pusher key is going to be process dot env dot. Then we just copy that from this right here. It's going to be next public pusher key. I'll just paste that in here. Okay, I'll ignore the error, and then we'll just specify the cluster, which is going to be process dot env dot. I'll just copy the cluster from here. It's going to be next public pusher cluster, like that. Also, just ignore the TypeScript error. So now we've actually done setting up our pusher, okay, for the server and also for the clients. So now let's actually make use of this pusher. So I'll just close all these files, close all. Then I'm just going to go to SRC app API, go to notifications, then go to where we're actually creating a new notification right here. Okay, great. Now after creating a notification, where is that function? Yeah, after creating the notification right here, we want to actually push an update of the new notification count. Okay, first of all, I'm going to get updated notification counts. Okay, so then I'm going to say const on read count is going to be equals to, I'm going to await Prisma dot the notification model dot counts where the receiver ID of the notification matches the receiver ID in our database, and also where is read is false. Okay, and then down here we're just going to trigger a pusher event to receiver. So now I'm going to say await, make use of the pusher server we just created, pusher server dot trigger. Down here I'm going to say user dash the receiver ID. Okay, and this is basically going to be the channel name. Okay, it's going to be something like this: user, then the string, the MongoDB string of the user ID, which is going to be unique to the particular user. Okay, and then down here I'm going to say notification notification count update, which is going to be the event name, and this is the name we're going to use to actually broadcast the event. So this is going to be the event name. After that, I'm going to pass in the onRed count variable. Then down here, I want to say the type is going to be new notification. Okay, I add a comma here. Now just format this file. Great. So now we have the pusher code we need. So whenever we create a new notification for a user, we're going to actually fetch the number. If the user has 0 notification and we create 1 notification for the user, we're going to fetch that count, which is going to be 1, and then we're going to push that update from the server. Okay. So now we're going to head over to our onRed count component. I'll go to src components. I'll go to notification. Then we'll go to notifications count right here. Now in here, you can actually listen to changes in that event. So I'll just format this document. Then down here, I'm going to create another user first hook, but this one is going to listen for pusher updates. Okay. So down here, I'm going to say use effects, pass in an empty array, and then in here, I'm first of all going to check if no user ID. If there's no user ID, then we're just going to return break this right here. Okay. Then down here, first of all, I'm going to get the channel name. So const channel. Now remember that we created the channel name right here when we actually push the event from the server. So the channel name is going to be the user, then hyphen, then the ID of the user. Okay. So right here, you can say channel name is going to be equals to pusher client. I'm going to get pusher client from the live folder we created from pusher client live pusher, then dot subscribe. Then we just pass in the channel name is going to be user hyphen, then the user ID, like that. Okay, we are subscribing to that channel. Then down here we're going to say channel dot bind. We're going to actually call the event name, which we called notification count update. So I'll just copy that event name and then I'll just paste that right here. After that, we're going to say I want to get the data. I want to destructure out the onRed count from the data, which is going to be of type number. Then after we get the data from the event, I'm going to set our notification state to the data dot the onRed count. So what we are basically doing right here is specifying that this data is an object that has a value onRed count, and the value is going to be of type number. So now anytime a new event is pushed in this channel, we're actually going to get the data that is pushed through it. Then we're going to actually set our notification count to that data. Okay. Then after all this, you're going to actually return a cleanup. Now you always have to return a cleanup in your use effect when you are using subscription or when you are actually adding event listeners. Okay, from when the component on mount. So now I'm going to say return our function. It's going to actually fire this right here. Okay, we're going to say channel dot unbind all, unbinds the channel, and then also we're going to say channel dot unsubscribe. Okay. And finally, since we are making use of the user ID in here, we just pass this in as a dependency. Great, I'll save that. Now, that's basically all we need for the real-time notification. So what we're going to do, we're going to log in with another user. I'll log in with another user, and we have one issue here. What's the issue? Argument password is very good, change size, return renders. Let me just refresh the web page. So now I can actually test this out. So I'm going to log in with another user. I'll log in with this John Doe user. So I'll just go to create a private window. I'll go to localhost port 3000. I'm going to log in as john@gmail.com. Then password 0000000. Click on sign in. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to actually comment on this user's post and see if I get a notification. So I'll click on that. I'll just use the screen of this. Then right here, I'll just say, I'll go to the home page over here. Then right here, I'm just going to leave a comment. I'll say, this post was awesome. Okay. Click on post commit, and the post was actually posted, and we actually get a notification right here, and the notification comes in real time without we actually refreshing the web page. Okay, so now let's actually like a post we've not liked before. So I'm just going to go back, and I'm just going to scroll down, like a post we've not actually liked before from this user. I'll just like this one right here, and we should get a notification right here. And you can see the notification count increases to 2. Okay, so let's like this one, like this other one, and it's going to actually increase to 3, and it actually increases to 3. So now we have our real-time notification in our social media application. So for now, I'm just going to close this up for now. Now we're actually getting the real-time notification, but when we actually open this notification page and read the notification is going to be marked as red, but we're still going to have this 3 right here. Okay, so what we want to do is that when we make a request to mark all notifications as red, we also want to update the count right here with pusher. So we're going to go to that route, so go to SRC app API notification, and then we have this route right here. Okay, so right here, when we're actually marking the notification, where's that patch request, we are marking the notification as red. Before we return a response, we're going to trigger a pusher event with the updated count 0. Okay, so down here I'm going to add with pusher server.trigger. We are basically going to do the same thing we did, so I just get rid of this and just use the one we created earlier on when we're creating. And yeah, I'm just going to copy this right here, and then I'm just going to paste that down here. Okay, then up here I'm just going to actually create the receiver ID. I'll say const receiver ID is going to be equals to this session.user.id right here. Okay, so we actually have the receiver ID, and then we are not setting unread counts to unread count, we're setting unread counts to 0. Okay, and then the type is going to be mark all as red. Okay, mark all notifications are red, which means the notification count is going to be pushed as 0. Great. So that's basically all. We don't have to do anything on the client because we are already listening for this event, this notification count update in the notification counts.ts right here. Okay, so now when we go to the notification page, we need to fire that request and update all the notification as red, and then our pusher is going to fire a new event that's going to send 0 as a new count. Okay, so I'll just click on this right here. So I'm going to go to the notifications page. There's going to actually update our notification. And you can see right here that our notification has been updated. We no longer have that 0 count right here. Okay, and this code is actually going to invalidate, so actually mark this notification as red. Great. And now we don't have any new notification because actually read the 3 notifications we got. But we are not actually done yet. Now when we go over to, I'll just go to that tab, that private tab we actually created, and now since I already like this, I can actually like again. It's not going to push a notification, so I'm just going to open one of these posts and actually leave a comment. I'll say nice post. I'll leave a nice post again. I'll click on post comments, and we're going to actually get a new notification. But we are going to notice that we don't get the new notification in the notifications page, because when a user is in the notification page and they get a notification, we want them to actually want the page to like refresh without the user refreshing the web page. We want the page to update on its own. Okay, so how do we do that trick? What we are going to do, we're going to go to this use effect hook right here. Now inside this data, after we set the notification count and update the notification count, we're going to invalidate the query. So up here, I'll create a new query instance. I'll say const query client is going to be equals to use query client. Okay, and then down here, after we update the count, I'm going to say query client dot invalidate queries. The query key is going to be It's going to be notification. So I'll check if that is actually correct. I'll go to custom hooks, use notification. Yeah, it's going to be notification. So I'll just copy this right here. Then I'm just going to paste that right here. Great. So now I'm going back to the web page. Now let's actually trigger another notification. I'll go to this right here. Say test notification update commit. I click on post commit, and it's going to update to 2 when the comment is successfully posted. And we actually get the comment right here, updates to 2. And you're going to notice that this query right here is going to actually invalidate. And you can see immediately we get right here, John Doe commented on your post. John Doe, the first one we didn't invalidate, and then the one we just created a few seconds ago, John Doe commented on your post. Great. And when you click on the post, it's going to take you to this post to actually see the post the user actually commented on. But we now have a problem. When we create a new notification, the count is not actually updated. That's because our mark or as read is inside the page, not the component. So what we're going to do is that we're going to copy that mark or as read notification we have in the notification space. So I'll go to SRC app protected notification page. We're just going to copy this. I'll copy the mutation too. I'll cut that off and just get rid of the imports. And then I'll go to the notification component. Then we only want this to run for each of the notifications components. Okay, so I'm going to paste that right here. Then I just import use effect hook from React, and also I'm going to import use mark or as read custom hook right here. I import that in. Okay, great. So now what's going to happen is that every time a new notification comes, because initially what we did is that when we open this notification page, then we're going to fire that request. But now that request is going to be fired for each of the components. Okay, so it's going to fire when we open this page, and also it's also going to fire when a new notification actually comes in, whether it's through pusher or we opening this notification page. So let's test this out. So I'll just go over there. I'll create a new comment and say test notification again, compose comment, and the comment is actually going to be posted. You can see right now immediately there's one new notification. You can see right now immediately the notification comes in. Based on the fact that the user sees the notification is going to actually disappear. So it's going to be 1. It's going to actually go back to 0 because the user has seen the notification. Okay, and then you can actually see this one right now as the new notification because this one just actually came in. You can see immediately later, after a while, it's actually going to update as red. Great. I'm just going to close this private window. So basically, we are done with the notification feature of this application. So we just have to run some links checks. So I'm going to open up my terminal. I'll just close this server. Then I'm going to run npm run links check. And we get 1 error and 1 warning. We get an error. Use effect is defined but never used in our notification page. Oh, we actually imported use effect hook here, but we didn't use it. So I'll just get rid of this import right here. And also the warning is going to be React use effect is missing dependency query clients. Oh, when we in these notification counts, when we made use of this query client instance in here, we didn't pass it as a dependency because it actually depends on this query client right here. So I'll just pass it as a dependency. Okay, save that. I'll just run that again. npm run links check, and we get no yes, that one is on error. So now I'm just going to run git status, and we have a lot of on track files and changes. So I run a git add all to the staging area. I run git status again. We're going to see that all these files and changes have been added to the staging area. So we can do a git commit dash message. This is going to be added notification functionality with real-time features. Okay, click on enter. That's going to commit our changes from this chapter to the main branch. Okay, so basically I'm just going to go to this git icon right here and just sync our changes to our GitHub origin. So that's it for this chapter. I'm going to see you in the next chapter. In this chapter, we're going to work on actually creating custom loading screen for each of the components that actually needs it. Okay. So first of all, we're going to start with this white sidebar right here. So I'm going to go to my SRC folder, go to SRC components. I want to create a new folder. I call this folder skeletons. And inside this folder, the first skeleton I want to create is going to be for our white sidebar. I call it white sidebar skeleton.tsx. RFC. Great. Now, this component right here is going to return an aside, which is going to be similar with what we have in our right sidebar. So I'll go to General, go to right sidebar. Then I'll just copy this aside right here that wraps around this right sidebar. Then I'll just paste that right here. Okay, great. So now all we have to do is call this component inside the right sidebar. So right here, we are saying if loading return this paragraph tag, I'll just get rid of this. Then I'll say right sidebar skeleton like that. Great. Now we'll be able to see this when it's actually loading. But for now, I'm just going to set this to true so that we can actually see it when we're actually styling the skeleton. Set that to true and we'll be able to actually see. And we still see this is the left sidebar. We actually are trying to create components for the right sidebar, not the left sidebar. So we're going to start in with this right sidebar. Okay, great. Let's start styling the JSX. So I'll go back to that right sidebar skeleton. I'm going to add a div in here. So just format this. I'm going to add a div in here. In here, create a div. I'll give this div a display of flex, a gap of 2, items. I'll give it center. I'll give it a BG dark of 3, rounded of 2XL, margin top of 4, and a padding of 4. In here, I'm going to create another div. I give this some Tailwind utility class, a width of 14, height of 14, rounded of full, BG dark of 4. I'm going to give it an animate of pause. Okay, animate of pause. Now we're not going to place anything inside this div, so we're just going to actually just style it. It's going to be an empty div. Then down here, create another div. We'll give this div a Tailwind class of flex of 1 and animate of pause. Okay. Now inside this div, we're going to have 2 divs. The first div is going to have a Tailwind class of BG dark 4, a width of 40, height of 2, and a rounded of LG. Okay, then I'll just drag this down. We're going to have 2 of this div in here. Then the width of this one is going to be 25, and this one is going to have a margin top of 4. I'll save that. Now head back to the web page, and we actually see that component we just created right here, and it looks really, really good. Now we actually want 3 of these. Now we can head over to the JSS and just actually create 3 of these. I'll just drag this down 1, 2, and save that, and it's actually going to work. We're going to actually get 3 of these components. But there's actually a better way to do this, so let's actually do that. Let's go back to the code. I'll just go back. Now what I'm going to do, first of all, I'll just format this. Up here, I'm going to create an array inside this aside right here. Create an array. I'll say ... array dot map, bring out the index, then I'm just going to output this JXX in here. Okay, and now we can actually specify how many items we want to render. For now, just do 5. I'll save that, and then we always have to pass in the key. For every time we list through an element, for every time we map through a list in React, we always have to specify a key. Now this key is going to be the index of the item. Okay, so I'll save that. I head back to the web page. We actually get 5 right here. Okay, now we're actually getting this down, actually repeating our JXX, but we actually want 3 there, so I just change this to 3. That's going to ensure that we actually have 3 of that right here. Great. So all we can do now is just go to our right sidebar and say if it's loading. We only want to render that if it's loading. I'll save that. Now that component is only going to be rendered when this actually loads. So let's work on the left sidebar now. So I want to create a skeleton for the left sidebar. I'll go to SRC components, skeletons. I'm going to create another skeleton. So it's going to be left side bar skeleton .tsx. Okay, RFC. Great. Can close this right sidebar now. So close this right sidebar skeleton. All we can do is go to the left sidebar and then just say if it's loading right here, instead of outputting this, we're going to return left sidebar skeleton. And then we can actually copy this aside right here. We'll need that aside inside the left sidebar skeleton. And I'll just paste that right here. Okay. And then inside this left sidebar, we can just set this to true. So we always see the component, so we can style it up. And then right here, we're just going to save this. And then we'll go back to the web page. We'll actually be able to see the component now. Great. So let's actually add some styles to this. First of all, I'm going to create a div in here. I'll give this div a Tailwind class of bg dark 3, 100 of 2xl, margin of 5, and a padding of 4. Then in here, create another div. I'll give this one a Tailwind class of flex, a gap of 3, items of center, then justify center. In here, create yet another div. I give this a Tailwind class of animate, pause, flex, items, center, and flex direction of column. So I'll do a flex of col. Then I'm going to create another div. Then I'm going to have a Tailwind class, width of 6, height of 6, 100 of LG, and a BG dark of 4. Okay, I'll save that. You actually see that one right here. Okay, see that little dot right here. Great. So next we're going to create the next one. So in here, create another div. And the classes are going to be similar to this. I'll just copy this class. I'll paste that right here. The only difference is going to be the width and the height. This is going to be within and height of 2. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. I actually get that right here. Okay, I'm just going to add a bit of margin between both of them. So I just do a margin top of 2 on the second one. Yeah, this looks really, really good. Great. Now we're going to have 2 of these. So I just copy this and drag this down. Okay, we're going to have 2 of these right here. Then in between them, we're going to have a large circle. Okay, so in between both of them, I'll create a div. I'll give this a Tailwind utility class, animate, pause, a width of 20, height of 20, a BG dark of 4, and finally 100 of full. Okay, I'll save that. Head back to the web page and we actually get that right here. They're looking really good. Okay, so now we are done with this upper part. So we're going to just close up this div. After this div right here, I'm going to create another div down here. I'll give this some Tailwind class, margin vertical of 4, a display of flex, justify of center, and an animate of pause. Then in here, I'm going to create another div. Give this some Tailwind class, BG dark 4, 100 LG, width of 22, and height of 3. Save that. I actually see that right here. Okay, actually see that skeleton right here. Great. So now we're going to create the last one. So we're going to create a div right here. I'll give you some Tailwind classes. I'll give this a display of flex, items of center, animate of pause, margin top of thin, and the flex of column. In here, I'm going to create another div. Give you some Tailwind utility class. Give this a bg of dark 4, a rounded of lg, a width of 40, height of 2, and margin bottom of 2. And just drag this down. But this one, the width is going to be different. I'll do a width of 25. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we actually get those items right here. Okay, and they look really, really good. Now, you obviously want this to actually be displayed when the left sidebar is loading. So I'm just going to go back to that left sidebar component. First of all, I'll just format this to rearrange this a bit. Then I'll go to that left sidebar component. Then right here, I'm going to say if it's loading. Okay, you only want to render that if it's loading. And now it's going to see that it's going to actually pull in the data. So next, what we're going to do is that instead of actually outputting this right here for this right here, we're actually going to output a loading screen right here, loading component right here. Okay, and this one is pretty simple. We don't have to create anything crazy. So I just go to this, I just close these two files. We are done here. I'll go to src components post. I'll go to this create post input right here. Okay, then when we have this paragraph tag, just get rid of this. Then I just create a div right here. I give this div a Tailwind class of animate pause, rounded of full, a width of 12, height of 12, and a bg dark of 4. Okay, so I'm just going to set this to true so we can see it. I'll say true. I'll save that, and then we should be able to see that right here. Great, that's cool loading component right there. Great, but we really want to show this when it's actually loading. So I'm going to copy this right here. I'm going to do the same thing for the comment input. So I'll go to comment, I'll go to comment input. And instead of saying this is going to be loading, instead of this paragraph tag right here, we're just going to output this right here. Okay, great. Then I'll just close this too. So we are basically done with these two. Now, the next one I'm going to work on is going to be for this post component right here. Okay, so we're going to create a loading screen for the post. Okay, so I'll go to the skeleton folder. I'll create another component. I'll call this one post skeleton.tsx rfc. So I'm going to go to the component where we're actually fetching our post. I'll go to feed.tss, which is this component right here. Instead of returning this right here, I'm going to return the post skeleton. So I'll say return post skeleton like that. Okay, then I'll set this to true so we can actually see it when we are styling. Set that to true. Great job. Now go back to the web page. We are going to see right here we have the post skeleton. Great. So I'm going to go to that post skeleton right here. I'm going to actually add some styles to this. Get rid of this. I give this div a Tailwind class of bg dark 3, padding of 3, rounded of 2xl, and margin vertical of 6. Then you create another div. I give this div a Tailwind class of flex, a gap of 2 items of center, and then I want to create another div. I give this a Tailwind class of width 10, height of 10, a bg dark of 4, rounded of full, and animate of pause. Okay, after that I want to create another div down here. Inside this div I'm going to have 2 divs. Drag this down. Then this one I'm going to give this one a Tailwind class of animate of pause. Then for the div in here, I'll give this one a Tailwind class of width of 50, bg dark of 4, and rounded of full, like that. Then I just drag this down and get rid of this one. Then the only difference between these two is going to be the width. This one is going to have a width of 13. I'll just add a margin top to it, margin top of 3. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we actually get that right here. Okay, great. Now let's add the image. So I'll just go after this div right here. Basically, after this div right here, I'll create another div here. I'll give this one a Tailwind class of width of full. For medium screens, I want to give it a height of 120. For small screens and above, I'm going to have a height of 100, then a height of 80. Give it a BG dark of 4, rounded 2XL, animate of pause, and a margin top of 4. Okay, save that, and we actually see the post skeleton loading component. Great. So all we have to do is go to our feed.tss and just say this is only going to be shown when this actually loading. Go back and you can see it's actually loads in our post. Great. And let's actually add loading for these post actions right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the post actions right here, where we have this right here. I'm going to say if this is true, so we can actually see it what we are working with. I'll say if this is true, then we actually see them right here loading. Great. So I'm going to add let's just create a component for this. I'll create a new file called post actions skeleton.tsx rfc. Great. And then we're just going to paste that instead of this component. We're just going to paste that right here, post actions skeleton, like that. And we'll go back to the web page, actually see post action skeleton right there. Great. And this one is going to be fairly simple. We're just going to create a div. We already have a div. Let's get rid of this. It's going to be similar with what we did in that left side bar, where we're going to have a display of flex. We're going to have 3 items in there. Okay, so I'll just open this up. It's going to be flex like this, then gap of 3. So I'll just copy this right here, then add a Tailwind class right here. I'll just paste that in here. And in here we're going to have something like this too, something like this. So I just copy this, I'll paste that in here. Okay, then I'm going to give this div animate. I'll do pause, save that, get back to the web page, and we actually get something like this here. But we want to reduce the width. We don't want the width to stretch to the end, so I'm just going to reduce the width. So be something like around here. So I just do a width of 20%. That should ensure that it's going to be around here. So I'll add more of this. I'll do 1, 2, 3. That should actually ensure we have 3 of them. Okay, great. Actually, I have 3 of them right here. Instead of using percentage, I just change this to a width of 120 pixels. Okay, yeah, still actually looks okay like that. Great. So we have the loading for this right here, and we only want this to render when it's actually loading. So I just go back there. I'll say if that's when we want to render this post actions component right here. Great. So we are done with the home page. We are actually done with the skeletons for the home page. So we have to move to the next one. I'm going to move to the favorites page. Okay. And the favorites page is going to be very, very simple. We're going to make use of this, the post skeleton. Okay. This post skeleton component. That's what we're going to make, because it's basically still rendering a post. So I'll go to components. Let's go to SRC components. I'll go to the not that one. Go to post, go to liked post right here. We're at putting this right here. I just get rid of this and say this is going to be post skeleton. Okay, then I'm going to say if this is true, so we can see it's in action. If it's true, then we actually get the component right here. Okay, I'll just return back. Great. So now we have for this page right here. Let's go to the notifications page. Go to notifications. Let's actually add a loading skeleton for these two. So we're going to create another component inside this skeleton. I'll call this one notification skeleton .tsx rfc. Great. Now we just have to call this. I'll just close all these other files. You just have to call this inside the notifications page or component. So I'll just go to the notifications component. Where's that? It's going to be inside the notifications folder. Then we have this notification component right here. Oh, we are fetching the data inside the notifications page. So now we have to look for the page itself. So go to app protected notifications, then go to page.tss. Yeah, we're fetching the data here. Where we have this is loading. I'm just going to call the notification component. I'll just get rid of this notification skeleton. Yeah, notification skeleton. Great. Then I just set this to true so you can see it. So I just set this to true. Great. And we get an error. I think that's because we've not saved this component right here. We are now actually returning the JXS. And now we actually get that right here, notification skeleton. Great. So now let's actually style this up. So I'll go back to that notification skeleton and just get rid of this text right here. I'll add some Tailwind classes to this. I'll do a bg tag of 3. Sorry, bg tag of 3. Padding of 4, a rounded of 2xl, and a margin vertical of 3. In here, create another div. I'll give this a Tailwind class of flex, gap of 2, and items of center. In here, I want to create a div. I give this div a Tailwind class of width 10, height of 10, bg tag of 4, rounded of full, and animate of pause. I'll save that. Let's actually see if I'm getting something. Yeah, we're actually getting this right here. Great. So after this div, I'll create another div. You're simply going to have a Tailwind class of animate pause. And then in here, I want to create a div. So I'll give a Tailwind class of width of 50, bg dark 4, height of 2, rounded of full. I'll just copy this and I'll just drag this down. I'll reduce this one to a width of 30. And I'll also just give it a margin top of 3. Save that. And we actually get that right here. Great. So now all we have to do is actually list out more of this component, okay? But we don't actually want one of these. We want like 5 of it, okay? So we're going to do what we did in this right sidebar skeleton. So I'm going to open up that right sidebar skeleton. Now I'm going to copy this right here. Right back to the notification skeleton. I'm going to create an empty fragment. I'll just paste that up here, and then I'll get the closing brackets. Copy this, and then I'll just paste that down here. Okay. Now in between this, I'm going to cut this JSX, and I'll just paste that in here, just like we did with the right sidebar skeleton. I'll format this, and then we have to specify a key. So I'll say the key is going to be the index. Great. And we just want 5 of this. So I'll say 5. I'll save that. Set back to the web page. I will actually have 5 of them, but they are too close to each other. So I'm going to add a margin. So I'll do a margin vertical of 3. Okay. Yeah, looks really, really good this way. So now I have the skeleton for the notifications page. So all we have to do is just go to the page.tss for the notifications page and just say we want this to render when the page is actually loading. Now we'll go back there. You can see right now it's going to actually pull in the notifications. Great. So the final skeleton we're going to work on is going to be for the profile page. So I want to go to the profile page. So I want to go back to the web page. I just close these ones up. We don't need these ones anymore. Then I'm going to create another skeleton. Call this one profile skeleton .tsx rfc. Great. I want to go to the profile page. Go to SRC app protected profile page.tss. Now where we're outputting this H1 right here, I'll just get rid of that. Then I'm going to output the profile skeleton like that. And then right here, I'm going to say if it's true, so we can actually see what we are working with. Go back to the web page, and we've not actually saved this, so it's not returning anything. Yeah, we actually see the profile skeleton right here. Let's actually style this up. I get rid of this text, then I'll add a Tailwind class to this. I'll do a BG of dark 3, PX of 4, PY of 8, and a rounded of 2XL. And I'll create another div. I'll give this one a Tailwind class, height of 25, width of 25, rounded of full, a BG dark of 4, and animate of pulse. I'm going to save that, check out the output, and we actually get that big circle right here. Great. Now after this, I'm going to create another div. I give this div a Tailwind class, animate of pulse, and imagine vertical of 6. And then in here, I'm going to create another div. I give this a Tailwind class of width 50, height of 3, BG dark of 4, rounded of LG. Now after this, I'm going to create another div. I give this a Tailwind class of width of 13. Then every other thing is going to be the same. So I just copy this, paste that right here, and I'll give this a margin top of 3. After that, I'll create another div. Then I'm going to have a Tailwind class of width of 45, and every other thing as usual is going to be the same thing. So I just copy this and I'll paste that right here. I'll give this one a margin top of 6. Save that, head back to the web page, and we actually get those skeletons right here. Great job. So after this div, I'll create another div. I give this one a Tailwind class of width of 50%, a display of flex, justify, or censor, and a margin top of 10. Then here, I'll create a div. I'll give this a Tailwind class of animate, pulse, display of flex, items, center. Then I'll do a flex of column. Then here, I'm going to create a div. I'll give this a Tailwind class of width of 6, height of 6, rounded of LG, and a BG dark of 4. Okay, just copy and drag this down. We'll give this one a width of 10 and a height of 2, and do a margin top of 2. I'll save that, head back to the web page, and we actually get that right here. You can see what we're actually styling. Okay, so we're going to create 3 more of this. So I'll just copy this div right here, drag this down multiple times, 1, 2, and then we're going to actually get 3 of that. Great, but they are too close to each other. So instead of justify center, I'm going to do justify between. Okay, yeah, it's way better this way, justify between. So that's it. We have the loading screen for the profile page. So now all we can do is just go to the page.tss for the profile page and just make use of that is loading. Okay, if it's loading, we only want to return the profile skeleton if it's loading. Great. And finally, we have to actually output that skeleton loading component for when we view a user's profile. So when we click on this, I actually want to output that skeleton right here. Okay, so I just go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'm going to look for that page, which is going to be SRC app protected users. Then you have this page.tss right here. Okay, and we are fetching it inside this user profile component. So I just open that up. Then instead of this right here, I'm going to output the profile skeleton like that. Okay, and then we can just check if it's actually working. I'll do if true. Save that, head back to the web page, and we actually get that skeleton right here. Just go back and we're going to get that right here. Great job. Now we are basically done with the skeleton for all the pages, but there's something I actually want to do in this component, because I just noticed that for this follow button component, if the logged in user view their own profile, so this user is logged in as Egbon Tech, so I just go to Egbon Tech. The user will be able to see the follow button to their own profile. Okay, so we don't want to use that when users have viewed their profile with this / here / username. We don't want them to see the follow button because this is their own profile. Okay, it's their own personal profile. So what we are going to do is that we're going to say if the user dot the ID of the user is not equivalent, is not equals to the logged in user ID. So we can actually get the logged in user ID. We can get rid of this log statement. We can get the logged in user ID. So I'll just get that. Say const session is going to be equals to use session. Okay, get it from the client. Then I'll say const user ID is going to be equals to session dot user dot data dot user dot ID. Okay, and then we can use this user ID, the logged in user ID, to check if the user ID of the owner of the profile, the ID of the owner of the profile we are viewing is not equals to this user ID of the logged in user. Only then do we want to render this follow button right here. Okay, I just cut that off and I'll just paste that in here. Okay, great. I'll format this. Now when we go back to the web page, we should not see the follow button for this particular user, but when we go to this other user's profile, click on this, we actually see the follow button. But when we go to the user's profile, when the user is viewing their own profile, the user is not going to see the follow button. Great. And when we are loading the next page, you notice that when we are loading the next page, it's still showing that I'll just go refresh this. When we are loading the next page of post, you're going to notice it's going to show this fetching next page right here. Okay, and instead of we displaying this fetching next page, we're going to actually display a skeleton right here. Okay, so I just go to that page, I go to feed.tsx, I go to src components, then post, I go to the feed.txt right here. Okay, so we are fetching next page, just output a post component right here. So we're going to say instead of outputting this, I want to output a post skeleton right here. Okay, I'll save that. Now just test that again. I'll refresh the web page. I'm going to use that when we scroll, it's going to show that loading skeleton before it fetches the next page. Okay, it's actually fast. We can actually see it right there. Let's just say if this is true, so we actually see it. So say true, save that. Then you're going to notice that it's going to actually render right here. Okay, when it's fetching next page, you're going to see this loading skeleton right here. Great. So now what we are going to do, I'm actually going to add skeleton for the last page, which you've not, which is going to be for the comment. So when we click on a post, I'm going to get this loading for this right here. Okay, so let's actually fix that. I want to actually add loading skeleton for this one right here. It's going to be similar with the post skeleton, but we are going to have the image. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another component. I'll create another component, skeletons. I'll create another file, say comment skeleton.tsx rfc, but we don't need this part right here, so I'm going to copy everything. I'll copy them, I'll just paste them right here and get rid of this one. And then I'll create another div. I'll do a Tailwind class of animate pause and a margin top of 8, and in here I'm going to create two divs in here. Use the Tailwind class of width of 60, height of 2, rounded of LG, and a BG dark of 4. Okay, I'll just drag this down. This one is going to have a width of 35. Then I'll give it a margin top of 2. I'll save that. Then I'm going to make use of this inside the comment component. So I'll go to that component, src components, comments right here, this comments component. Then instead of returning this loading screen right here, instead of returning this loading JXS right here, I'm just going to get that off. I'll call the comments skeleton. Okay, Then I'll just say this is going to be true so we can actually see what we are working with. Set that to true. And we actually get that comment loading skeleton right here. Great. So I'll just increase the margin between these two. Go over there and just increase the margin. Instead of margin top of 2, do a margin top of 4. Yeah, this is way better. When the comment is actually loading, we're going to see this loading right here. Okay, so let's actually test this out. So I'll just go to this right here. Instead of true, I'll just say it's loading. Then I'll just refresh this web page right here. I'll just refresh this. And the post is loading. You can see the comments are going to actually load in. Okay, the comments are actually loading. Comments are actually going to load in. Okay, great. So basically we are done with all the custom loading screen we need for this application. Now, what we have to do, just want some links check to see if we get any links errors. Okay, I'll just close this up. I'll just close up the server. I'll do npm run links. Click on enter, and we get no ESLint warnings or errors. So now we can do a git status to check all our on-track files and changes. And we have a lot of modified files right here. Do a git add to add all of them to the staging area. So we'll do a git status again. We're going to see all the changes in the staging area. Okay, so you just have to commit these changes. So say git commit -m, then this is going to be added custom loading components. Okay, click on enter. That's going to commit our changes to our main branch. Okay, so now we can simply just sync this to our remote origin on GitHub. So I'll click on this icon right here, click on sync changes, and click on OK. So that's going to sync our changes to our GitHub remote origin. Now that's it for this chapter. I'm basically done with this chapter. Now in the next chapter, we're going to actually work on deploying this application on Vercel. In this chapter, we're actually going to work on actually deploying our application to Vercel. And the process is going to be very straightforward and actually very simple. First of all, I'm going to head over to vercel.com, and right here you can see all the projects I've actually deployed on Vercel. Now, if this is your first time making use of Vercel, you can actually sign up and create a new account. You can actually sign in with your GitHub or Google. After signing up, we're going to be brought to this dashboard where you can see all the projects you've deployed. Now, if you've not deployed any project, you are basically not going to see anything right here. Okay, so we're going to click on add a new project, click on project. And here's actually the fun thing about Vercel. Now, we don't have to actually push our code to Vercel. We can actually just import the GitHub repo we already have. Remember that earlier on in this tutorial, we created a Git repository, social app Egbontech, and which we've been updating in subsequent chapters. Okay, and we also update this in the last chapter. So all we just have to do is actually import this repo to Vercel. So I'll click on imports. And that's going to import this project right now, Egbontech social app main branch to Vercel. And this is going to be the project name, social app Egbontech, and the framework preset is going to be set by default to Next.js. Okay, and then we have to actually set some environment variables. So I'm going to go to my env file. I'll go to env. Right here we have all the environment variables we need. Okay, so first I want to start with this auth secret. So I'll just copy this right here. Then I'm just going to paste that right here. The first variable is going to be auth secret, which is going to be this string right here. Now we don't have to copy the quotation, we just copy only the value inside the quotation. Then I'll just paste that right here. Okay, I'm going to add more. The next environment variable is going to be the database URL, our MongoDB database URL string, which I'll paste right here. And then I'll just go back there and actually copy the string, which is going to be this. I'll copy this, then I'll just paste that right here. I'm going to add more. Then I'm going to go to Cloudinary cloud name. I'll copy that Cloudinary cloud name. I'll paste that right here. And then I'll copy this. Then I'll paste that right here. I'll click on add more. Then I'm going to go back and copy the Cloudinary API key. I'll paste that right here, and then we'll go back and actually copy the key, which is going to be this right here. Then I'll just paste that right here. Then I'll click on add more. Now I want to actually copy the pusher ID. Now for this Cloudinary API secret, I'm actually going to add this, but you can actually add your Cloudinary API secret. Now this is something I cannot actually show you in this video. So I'm going to jump over to pusher app ID. I'll paste that right here. Now just copy the pusher app ID, which is going to be this right here. And I'll paste that right here. Add more. I'll copy the pusher secrets. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll copy the string, which is going to be this. Then I'll paste that right here. Then I'll click on add more. Go back. Then I'm going to get the pusher cluster. I'll paste that here, which is going to be EU. Then next, I'll get the next public pusher key. Add more. I'll paste that here. Then I'll copy the pusher key. And then I'll paste that here. Okay. So I'm going to add more here. And then the last one is going to be the next public pusher cluster. Copy that. And this is also going to be EU. Okay. So now I'm going to add my Cloudinary API secret. Then I'm going to click on deploy. So ensure you add your Cloudinary API secret before clicking on deploy. Now after adding my Cloudinary API secret, I'm going to click on deploy. Now after successful deployment, you're going to see this screen right here. Congratulations, you just deployed a new project to your account. Okay, so I'm going to click on continue to dashboard. And then you can actually see that our project has been deployed. Okay, and then we can click on visit to actually visit the project. I'll click on visit. It's going to open our project in a live URL. So let's actually log in one of our accounts. I'll log in with john@gmail.com. Then password 00000000. Click on sign in. I'm going to actually open up our project right now. You can see that this user is actually logged in, and this doesn't have any user suggestions to actually follow because the user has followed all the users. Okay, so let's create a post with this user. So I'll say this is the first live post. So I'll click on an emoji. I'll just do something random. Then I'll click on photo. Then I'll click and I'll just select a random image. I'll select this right here. Then I'll click on post. Then this is actually posted in real time. So now we're going to log in with another user and actually like a comment on this user's post, on John's post. I'll copy this URL. Then I'll go to a private window and I'll just paste that right here. Now I have to actually log in with another user. I'm going to log in with jane@gmail.com. Then the password 00000000. I click on sign in. It's actually going to send Jane in. Okay, and Jane is actually going to see John's post. Okay, great. So now let's actually perform some action on this post. So see if John actually gets a notification. So I'm going to minimize this screen. I'll go to the site. Now I'm going to actually like this post and see if we get a notification up here. So I'll click on like. That's weird. Click on like again. The like request is not actually being processed. Now, after a while of actually debugging this application, I realized that we were having a problem here because the like request was from this page was not being processed. Okay, now the reason for that is I'm going to go to services. I'll go to like.ts. Now, when we created the route for the like, now we didn't do it like this /API. Now, this is actually wrong in Nextjs. You always have to do this / before your route, which is very, very important because it could actually cause a 404 error because we're getting a 404 error. That's why our like was not actually working. Okay, that's why in our production app, when we actually like a post, we're getting a 404 because the request was not being sent. It was actually being sent to a route that doesn't exist because we didn't actually add this /. Okay, now in some case it might work, while in some cases it might not work, but you always have to add this / before your route. Okay, just like we did when we actually wrote the unlike post. Okay, and all that routes we created. When we check all our other routes, we did /API. /API. Okay, so you always have to add that / to every route you create. Okay, so I'm just going to push these changes to Git. So I'm going to open up my terminal. I'll do a git status. You're going to see that we just have only that file modified. So I'm just going to add. So I'm going to add the file git add, or then just commit that git commit -m modified the like service function. Spell is modified correctly. I'll click on commit, and that's going to commit our changes to our main branch. So all we can do is just sync this to GitHub, okay, to our GitHub remote origin. Okay, that's going to actually sync the changes to our GitHub remote origin. Great. So I'm going to head over to my GitHub, click on repositories, and we're going to see right here, this was just updated. Now I'm going to click on that and see that we actually updated this repo. Okay, now the beauty of actually deploying our application on Vercel using GitHub is that anytime we modify or push changes to our code on GitHub, it's actually going to update the code on Vercel too, okay, which is going to update our deployment. So I'm just going to go back there. I'll go to that private tab and I'll just refresh this application. Let's actually test this again. I'll click on like post, and you can see that we're going to get a notification right here. I see we actually get a notification that this post was liked. So now I'm going to actually leave a comment and say this post was really nice. Okay, I click on post comment. Sorry, I didn't spell that nice correctly. And the comment is posted. This user is going to get a notification. And when the user opens a notification page, you're going to see they have two notifications right here. Jane Doe liked your post, and you can view the post, and also Jane Doe commented on your post. So we are going to actually add another comment and see if it's going to appear in real time. I'll leave a message, can I DM you? I'll click on post comments, and the comment is actually posted, and we actually see the comment right here. Jane Doe commented on your post. Great. So everything is actually working fine. So I'm just going to close this up. So basically, we're actually done with our application. Now, if you enjoyed this tutorial, you enjoyed this build, smash on that like button and leave a comment below. Now, this is going to help the YouTube algorithm to push this content to more people like you who are going to find it very, very helpful. And also, if you enjoy full stack web content like this, ensure you subscribe so you don't miss out on the next project we are going to build together on this channel. I'll see you in the next video.